Okay, now, welcome everyone to the June CTC meeting. Can we have a roll call, please, Doug?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner Bradshaw. Here. Commissioner Davis. Here. Commissioner Falcone. Commissioner Grisby.
Present.
Commissioner Vice Chair Guardino.
Present.
Commissioner Lugo. Commissioner Lugo. Commissioner Liu. Here. Commissioner Martinez.
Present.
Commissioner Norton.
Present.
Commissioner Tavaloni.
Here.
Chair Eager.
Here.
Senator Newman. Assemblymember Friedman. Madam Chair, we have a quorum.
Thank you, Doug. And can you give our instructions for people who are online, please?
We certainly can. Welcome everyone to the June 2022 meeting of the California Transportation Commission. For those participating online, please note that because this is a two-day meeting, you will need to use a separate link to attend the meeting tomorrow. These links can be found on the first page of the meeting agenda. There's also a questions tab within the webinar you can use if you have any questions. The meeting agenda is located under the handouts tab and also on our website. Live closed captioning and American Sign Language translations are being provided on the webinar for this meeting. You should be able to see the sign language interpretation on the screen, and you should be able to, you will be able to access a closed captioning service through links found on our commission meetings page. So you know, any document the commission creates can be translated into any language you need. Simply email us at ctc@catc.ca.gov, and we will have them returned to you as quickly as possible. For our members of the public, we welcome comments from the public as a part of each item at this meeting. For those attending in person, please submit a speaker slip to the clerk, and that clerk is me, at the front of the room to let us know you want to make a comment on an item. For those attending via the webinar, you should see the webinar control panel, likely located on the right-hand side of your screen. There you will find the raise hand feature as well as the questions tab. We encourage you to use the raise hand feature as early into the item as you can to give the system time to acknowledge you. Alternately, you may use the questions tab to submit your comment. Please be sure to include the agenda item number you are commenting on. Commission staff will read the comment on your behalf. As a reminder, each registered attendee is provided a unique link and phone number to access the webinar. These should not be shared with other participants as they are registered to specific attendees and can create confusion for staff when making comments. We ask that you please do your best to be concise with your comments. Please make sure that your comments add new information. If you agree with a comment of a previous speaker, simply make that statement. Please remember to speak at a steady pace to allow our translating services adequate time for accurate translations. Since we often have many speakers, we ask that you make your point in 3 minutes or less. If for some reason we have many speakers on a single topic, we reserve the right to limit comments to 1 minute for each item, for each speaker as needed. Thank you for joining us today. We know your time is valuable and we appreciate you sharing some of it with us. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Doug. And now we will take items 3 and 4 together, please.
Thank you again. Tab 3 are the minutes from the May CTC meeting, and tab 4 are the commissioners' meeting for compensation. Staff recommends your approval. Sorry.
Commissioner
Move it.
Approval.
All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Now we will move on to tab 5.
Madam Chair,
Oh, yes.
tab 2.
Oh, you're right. We need a welcome to the region. Thank you so much. I believe we have Rick Jennings to welcome us. Sorry about that. I passed you right on by.
No problem at all. No problem. Good afternoon, commissioners. It is a pleasure to be here with you this afternoon, and I thank you for inviting the SACOG, Sacramento Area Council of Governments, to welcome you and share just a little bit about what we've been up to in the region. I've got to work on that steady pace to make sure that the translator stays up with me. My name is Rick Jennings. I'm the proud chair of the SACOG board and an 8-year city council member for the city of Sacramento, representing the 7th district in the city of Sacramento. With redistricting, I won't go into what the 7th district looks like right now. In the Sacramento region, like many of you throughout the state, we've had a firm focus on racial equity and inclusion. And how do we as public leaders rectify disparities that have been created by government organizations? To help guide us through this mission, SACOG has incorporated a race, equity, and inclusion working group. This group is comprised of community leaders who represent the rich diversity of our region. We admire the California Transportation Commission for your recognition of the disparities in California through actions like adopting a racial equity statement and convening an equity advisory roundtable. We thank you for your actions, and we want you to know that you have been an inspiration to us at SACOG. This year, our board adopted our own racial equity statement of change and commitment. And we're on our own journey of listening and learning in an effort to move to the next step of the process, which is to create a racial equity action plan. SACOG's new Engage, Empower, Implement funding program seeks to cultivate community-based planning practices and give residents a seat at the table when it comes to developing projects in historically disinvested communities. Finally, our commitment is solidified in our long-range transportation plan. We're calling it the 2024 Blueprint. The SACOG board has taken a policy action to ensure the plan is developed with the triple bottom line framework, which focuses on equity, economy, and environment. In transportation, the SACOG Board of Directors has adopted the Sacramento Regional Trails Plan, a vision to build 1,000 miles of trail network that stretches from Winters to Lake Tahoe, to Isleton, to the Sutter Buttes, and everywhere in between. My own district will host a riverfront trail showing the beauty of the Sacramento River. That plan has been in effect for 75 years and never implemented. I want to make sure in my lifetime that we see that trail come to fruition. The plan combines local, city, state, regional plans, and public input to create a vision for a region-defining network that connects residents and visitors across the city and county boundaries so they can get to school, they can get to work, they can get to their favorite shopping center, they can get to the grocery store, or they can just have a good night out on the town. We imagine that the Trails Network, once fully built, will spark a new wave of walking, biking, and rolling to daily destinations throughout our entire region for all ages and all abilities, for their health, prosperity, and their overall well-being. We're excited about this opportunity. Our region has also been the recipient of important funding for both the state and federal levels over the past few years, helping to advance critical projects within our communities. Most recently, SACOG and local partners were awarded the Caltrans Sustainable Transportation Planning Grants for exciting and transformational projects that implement our regional transportation plan and local vision. Projects like the Mega Region Electric Vehicle Freight Study, the Reimagined North Watt Corridor Plan in Sacramento County, the City of Sacramento 15-minute Neighborhood Plan, the Yuba County Bicycle and Pedestrian Mobility Plan, the comprehensive transit study in Roseville, a Main Street redesign and revitalization program in Ileton, a multimodal study in Placerville, and the Truxell Bridge and American River Crossing feasibility study in Sacramento. Our partners in the Yolo County Transportation District have been awarded an infra grant for both Yolo 80 managed lanes, that managed lanes project, and the countywide trails project. And our partners in Placer County have been working with Caltrans to advance a study to evaluate the feasibility of the Capital Corridor service extension up to Tahoe as well as up to Reno. In closing, you can see we have a lot going on in this region. I'm excited to see what the future holds as we continue to grow. I'm pumped up to see the region achieve its equity, mobility, and environmental goals. And I'm excited to be here today to meet with each and every one of you to share with you the important things that are going on in this region so we can share with others throughout the country and be a model for them to model behind. Thank you so much for being here. It's my pleasure to meet each and every one of you. Welcome to Sacramento. Spend lots of money.
Thank you so much. I went to UC Davis Law School and lived in Sacramento and drove that causeway every day. So thank you so much for improvements on that causeway. I appreciated it.
When I first went across the causeway, I thought that it was a river
Yeah.
because the rains of '86 filled that whole causeway up. So I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, no, I appreciate your work.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. So now we've already done 3 and 4. We will move on to Commission Executive Director Mitch Weiss.
Thank you. Commissioners, I'd like to start my report by welcoming Commissioner Lugo to her first meeting. She's joining us virtually. It's great to have you here with us, Commissioner Lugo. Your work on transportation, particularly on equity and mobility justice, will benefit us as we continue to focus on ways to make our transportation system meet the needs of all Californians. We look forward to working with you. I'd also like to congratulate Tony Tavares on his appointment as Director of Caltrans. The department is fortunate to have you as its director and will benefit from your extensive leadership experience at Caltrans, both in headquarters and in the districts. I'm also confident that your appointment will continue the strong partnership we've had with the department. And I would just note that Tony and I, even though he's in this position for a very short time, we've had the opportunity to talk many times. So I appreciate his partnership and willingness to reach out to solve problems. I'd also like to acknowledge Stephen Keck for his service as acting director over the last several months. And I've had the fortune of working with Stephen, and each of us having about 6 different jobs. So I look forward to continuing that. Commissioners, several statewide policy documents have been released recently regarding the alignment of transportation investments with climate, housing, and equity goals, including the Air Resources Board's draft scoping plan update and its draft progress on sustainable communities, known as the SB 150 report, and also the Strategic Growth Council's California Transportation Assessment Report, known as the AB 285 report. I'm pleased to say that in several instances, we're already implementing the recommendations in these draft policy documents while continuing to evaluate and consider others. For example, the draft SB1 program guidelines being presented to you today incorporate the Climate Action Plan for Transportation Infrastructure strategies relevant to our programs, including better prioritization of projects that encourage mode shift and support the transition to clean vehicles, inclusion of pro-housing principles to support housing production and vehicle miles traveled reductions, enhanced community engagement considerations, and increased technical assistance for program applicants. I want to thank Matthew Yosgott and each of the SB1 program managers, Naveen Habib, Hannah Walter, Bridget Driller, and Joanna Allenbacher, as well as their staffs for their efforts since last October to bring these draft guidelines to you today. The team held more than 20 public workshops to develop the changes that are before you. Additionally, the commission will be requested to take action later today on the formation of an interagency equity advisory committee. This is a critical milestone for an unprecedented partnership between the commission, CalSTA, and Caltrans that will help elevate diverse and historically marginalized voices. The new committee will advise our agencies on how to achieve meaningful outcomes in transportation equity, environmental justice, and equitable economic opportunities, especially as related to transportation planning and programming. We will also continue to hold our equity listening sessions in partnership with Caltrans and CalSTA, with recent sessions held in June that were focused on the LA Portside communities. Our team has been partnering with community-based organizations who've been a key component to recruitment for the sessions, which have been relatively small and focused to try to encourage greater individual participation. We intend to hold more sessions, including larger ones in the future, because we know that there are more individuals we need to hear from across the state. I'd also like to highlight some recent work enhancing public engagement in two of our programs. First, the Active Transportation Program team has prepared a short report for you in tab 58 that summarizes their engagement efforts leading up to the call for projects that we issued in March. Altogether, staff conducted 96 virtual project site visits and 15 workshops in 33 counties across the state. The virtual format began as a necessity due to the pandemic, but ultimately proved to be successful and allowed the team to more than double the number of site visits they had done. The site visits provide critical technical support to applicants and has helped them to increase their scores in this very competitive program. I also want to acknowledge Caltrans for coordinating with our team and our advocacy partners in their recently completed work to enhance public engagement in the State Highway Operation and Protection Program. While we were working on our guidelines for this program a few months ago, a request was made to increase the transparency and data availability for projects in the pipeline. Caltrans listened to the suggestions and took action quickly to implement changes on their online dashboard. As a result, interested parties will now be able to more easily find and download essential information about each project. I want to commend Caltrans, our team, and our advocacy partners for their collaboration on this effort. Also on our agenda today, we'll be recommending approval of a request by Caltrans to relinquish the 710 North stub to the City of Pasadena. This is a truly historic moment that will allow the community to be reconnected after many years of uncertainty. It took a lot of hard work to get to this point, and I want to thank Caltrans, the city, as well as our team. Today, we'll also be requesting your approval of the program of projects in the federal Enhanced Mobility of Seniors and Individuals with Disabilities program. This is a critical program that helps nonprofit organizations and public agencies purchase transit equipment to meet the specialized needs of client groups such as dialysis patients, as well as paratransit providers serving entire communities. The Commission collaborates with the Department of Aging, Caltrans, and advocacy groups on this program. And I'd like to thank each of our partners for working with us to make this program a success. We're also getting closer to awarding projects for the next cycle of the Active Transportation Program. The deadline for applications was June 15th. We received a record $3.1 billion in requests from over 430 applications. That's almost $1 billion more in requests than we received in the last cycle. Under tab 49, Lori Waters will provide more information on the applications, but I wanted to highlight upfront the tremendous need in this program. As you know, we requested a $2 billion augmentation from the general fund surplus for this program. This past weekend, the governor and the legislature announced they'd reached a budget deal, including a $1.05 billion one-time funding increase for the Active Transportation Program. That increase, along with a nearly $200 million increase in funding from this program from the Federal Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, is going to help us fund a lot more projects that are critical and much more than we've been able to do in the past. Also, regarding the Federal Infrastructure Investment Jobs Act, today we will be requesting approval of a distribution of formula funds, which was developed through a work group process established by CalSTA. The work group reached consensus to recommend the traditional 60-40% split for state versus regional programs. However, there are still additional implementation details that are being worked out, so the work is still ongoing. We continue to focus on aligning our programs with federal competitive programs so that agencies can successfully leverage the funds. Some of the common themes in the federal bill and in our SB1 programs are to fund projects that promote and improve safety for all road users, particularly vulnerable users, that make streets and other transportation facilities accessible to all users, that address environmental impacts and prioritize infrastructure that is less vulnerable and more resilient to climate change, and that reconnect communities and reflect the inclusion of disadvantaged and underrepresented groups in the planning, project selection, and design process. Commissioners, altogether on this agenda, we have $3.1 billion in project allocations that will create 11,000 jobs. As you know, our team and Caltrans work very closely together to make sure project requests are ready for your approval. We do, however, have a few time extensions that brought to light some issues with Caltrans's internal process for tracking projects. We're working with Caltrans to resolve these issues moving forward. I'd like to note that these projects represent only a very small fraction of the projects that Caltrans is currently delivering. I have 2 staffing changes I'd like to announce. Bridget Driller has joined the SB1 programming team as the acting associate deputy director overseeing the local partnership program. Bridget will assume this acting assignment until a permanent hire is made to fill the vacancy created when Christine Gordon left the position. Bridget has served as the Commission's Assistant Deputy Director for Transportation Planning since June 2019. Roger Formanek has joined the Commission as a retired annuitant legal counsel. Roger entered state service as an engineering geologist in 1980, working on the State Water Project, and later, after attending law school, became a litigator at Caltrans. His legal experience includes property acquisition, contract litigation, employment law, public entity tort liability defense, and construction arbitration. Commissioners, I want to, as I reach towards the end of my report, I want to offer my condolences to the family of Quanda McGadney. Quanda worked for Caltrans as a landscape maintenance worker and was killed on June 3rd while working on Interstate 80 in Solano County. She served the people of California for more than 18 years and joined Caltrans in 1980. A memorial fund has been established through the California Transportation Foundation. I'd like to encourage everybody joining us at the meeting to contribute to that if they can. Lastly, in the meeting materials is our proposed 2023 Commission meeting schedule. Staff recommends approval of this item, and that concludes my very lengthy report.
Thank you, Mitch. Yes, I will entertain a motion.
Move the 2023 Commission meeting schedule.
That was Commissioner Davis, second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. We will move on to, yes. Oh, okay.
Thank you, Chair Yeager. We do have one attendee looking to comment at this time. We have Sam Amon. Sam, you're now unmuted and free to comment. It appears they're not attentive, so please go forward.
Thank you. We're moving on to item 6, Commissioner reports. I will begin. And I want to echo Mitch's remarks to certainly welcome Tony Tavares. It's nice seeing you up here with us. I think you're lucky. I think you, in order to be director, your name has to start with a T. So we were glad to see it. We certainly welcome you to our team. We look forward to working with you in the future. We know you have a wonderful mentor sitting next to you there that will assist you on the way. Yes, that starts with a T. And we know moving forward that having been in the trenches, you have a special education that brought you to this place. So welcome aboard. We look forward to working with you. Do we have anyone else that would like to give a commissioner report? Okay, then I will entertain a motion to accept the commissioner's report. That was Commissioner Bradshaw. Was that you? Okay. Second, Commissioner Norton. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. And now Secretary Omashakin.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair Eager. I appreciate you and the commission staff and all the commissioners for having a meeting here in Sacramento today. Even though it feels like it's 200 degrees outside, it's nevertheless a beautiful day and good to see everyone here in Sacramento. And welcome to Commissioner Lugo as well. I know Commissioner Lugo has a background in bicycle and pedestrian issues, sustainability and equity, issues that are more important to us at state level than ever. So again, thank you. Oh, rather, welcome to Commissioner Lugo. I have to start my remarks today off on a very somber note. A very challenging note. If we could, I don't know if you have the slides to share with everybody in the room and possibly online as well. But last Friday was the memorial service for Quanda McGadney. Quanda McGadney was a maintenance highway worker in District 4. And while she was working on Highway 80 in the Vallejo area, earlier in June, she was hit by a hit and run driver, and she was unfortunately killed on the scene. As many of you know, every time I get a chance to, when I was Caltrans director, to address our commission here, I always address safety and the concern for our contractors and our employees. And it was my sincere hope and prayer that we would not have to have such a service and a continued discussion on this after so many close calls. But unfortunately, Quanda passed away. She leaves behind a 9-year-old daughter, her family, her sisters, and a grief-stricken community in the Bay Area. So it's incumbent upon us more than ever to continue to highlight how much of a challenge this is for our state. This is the first employee we've lost in 3 years at Caltrans, and we have to do things differently. And all of our responsibilities, we have to, because the numbers continue to get worse. I'm very saddened by this. I was joined by our new director, Tony Tavares, and our chief of staff, Valesida, Mike Kiva, our chief deputy, and Tammy McGowan, our PI, Caltrans PIO, and spoke at this memorial service. Very moving and touching to be there. But again, the responsibility is on all of us to truly make safety the top priority for us in transportation in California. And related to that, as everybody knows, NHTSA released a few weeks ago the numbers related to fatalities across the country and in California. And as you can see on the graphic, we're now in 2021, we had nearly 43,000 people die on America's highways. In California, that number was 4,258 in California. And the highest increases are being seen in the most vulnerable users of our system. So nearly 10% of all traffic fatalities in the country were in California. We're currently at a 16-year high for fatalities and serious injuries. So again, more work to do, a lot more work to do in this space. Barbara Rooney, our director of OTS, when the numbers came out earlier in June, she and I put out a statement about the fact that we have a crisis on our hand and that we have to do, we have to continue to do more to address this crisis. Next slide. On a little bit of a happier note, again, I think several people have already welcomed our director, our new director, Tony Tavares. He was appointed by Governor Newsom just this month. I had the honor of swearing in Tony just last Thursday, and excited for him to lead Caltrans, the largest DOT in the country. As many of you know here at the commission, he's not new to the commission. He led District 7 but prior to that, he was the leader. He's a district director of District 4 for a couple of years. So again, welcome, Tony. We've been welcomed already. Next slide. So the most pressing issue in front of us today, and exciting as well, and a little bit, again, more of a happier note, is the state budget. I think many of us were excited to finally see the news that broke over the weekend that we have a deal. We have a budget deal. It was exciting to see that we finally gotten there. But the most amount of money for transportation in our state's history is what the governor proposed and what's been negotiated in a framework by the Senate and the Assembly. As everybody knows, the deadline to have a budget agreement is June 15th. The members were able to meet that with a placeholder bill, and were able to finalize a full agreement just over the weekend. But the centerpiece for that bill is a $17 billion relief package that's going to help address the inflation that Californians are facing. And as you see on the graphic on the right, up to $1,050 maximum will go to families across the state. But the entire transportation package is roughly $47 billion. Again, more money than we've ever seen in general fund money to go to transportation. It includes $4.2 billion for high-speed rail, the Prop 1A funds. Yeah. Chair Eager has a little bit of an affinity for high-speed rail. TIRCIP money, nearly $8 billion over the next 3 years. $1 billion in ATP money that the CTC will manage. $150 million for highways to boulevard, and $1.2 billion to address the supply chain. Again, a really monumental effort to get these kinds of dollars inside our budget. And want to commend members of the legislature, their staff, and the governor's office staff for all the late work, even into weekends, to get this bill, to get the budget bill to the stage that it's in. That everything's not final. We're expecting that within the next 48 hours. As we know, before we go into the new FY, a budget has to be in full final form. So there's some other details that will be negotiated within the next 48 hours and hopefully finalized. Next slide. The IDGA implementation continues to go very well for us in California. I want to commend the CTC, our commission, for moving forward. I know it will be discussed today with the 60-40 split in state and local funds. It's exciting to finally get to that place. I know our working group, implementation working group, has been working to address issues like this, and we have that finally moving forward. CalSTA, we're hosting a webinar related to the Bridge Investment Program tomorrow. I will be on that webinar briefly. The federal government, members of the US DOT will be joining us and having a California-specific Bridge Investment Program webinar. This webinar I requested because, as several of you probably know, there were changes in our dollar apportionments in the bridge program due to errors from the US DOT. And so we requested a webinar specifically for California and how we can do our best at drawing down federal funds in the bridge program. Caltrans is also inviting, if you're not familiar with this, Caltrans is inviting local governments to submit their ideas for nomination for the Reconnecting Communities program. That grant program, as you know, is only $1 billion, but it's a signature program for the US DOT as they look to address issues around equity on the highway infrastructure that we have built across the country. And recently, related to IDJA, Caltrans also released the NEVI draft plan in conjunction with the CEC. This is the National Electric Vehicle Infrastructure Plan. And Caltrans worked on that plan in conjunction with the CEC, and it's now available for comment from stakeholders across the state. And finally, if you go to my last slide there, I was very fortunate to get a chance to represent the Newsom administration at a visit by President Biden to our ports in the San Pedro Bay. The president has been very focused on addressing the supply chain challenges that we have in the country. I think all of us are familiar with the fact that nearly 40% of containerized cargo that comes into the United States comes through these two main ports in the San Pedro Bay, and 25% of all exports that leave this country on containerized freights also leave from these ports. So it's critical that we address the supply chain challenge there. And as I mentioned earlier, from the governor's budget to efforts being made by President Biden, we will get there. We have made significant improvements already at the ports, but we will get there. We will get even further there. I plan to visit those ports in the San Pedro Bay and other ports across the state in the coming months to highlight the governor's budget and to highlight opportunities to continue to address the congestion and backlog at those ports. So, Madam Chair, thank you, and commissioners, thank you for the opportunity to briefly provide an update from CalSTA. We'll love to take any questions if there's time to do as such. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary Omishakin, and our thoughts and prayers also go out to Quandra and her family, and to our entire Caltrans family. We know how difficult this is, and making sure that we continue to have safety as our number one issue is certainly important, and I know it's important to all of us as we speak. And I also want to do a special thank you to you for all of your work in this budget process to get us over this finish line. We know that it wasn't people behind the scenes, that you were there all the time too. So thank you so much for getting us to this place, because this is a historic time for all of us in transportation. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Chair Eager. Again, you mentioned it, truly historic transportation money, local, state, and we already got federal last year. So unprecedented time for us, but we have to take advantage of this moment that we're in. So
we're ready.
Thank you.
We're ready.
Thank you. Absolutely.
Any other questions for the Secretary? Comments? Yes.
I want to thank you so much, Secretary Omishakin, for all of your hard work. And in our last meeting, we talked about the Justice 40 initiative and the guidelines that were going to come out. And I wanted to know where we are, as there are so many projects that are looking to compete nationally and would compete strongly if we knew kind of where we were on the guidelines and what we could do with state funds to help propel the projects when they apply nationally.
Yeah, that's again, I'll make note of that. Again, Commissioner, the Reconnecting Communities program is what we're sort of waiting for right now. It's bated breath for them to release. Once that comes out, and it was supposed to be this week, I don't think I've heard anything otherwise on a NOFO. But once that Reconnecting Communities program comes out, the guidelines are there. I think subsequently we should expect something on the Justice 40 program. A lot of us are still trying to figure out exactly how to implement that initiative from the president. We don't have any strong guidance other than a lot of general policy language. So first step is reconnecting communities once that comes out. And then the Justice 40 initiative, hopefully more supportive language around that as well.
Thank you. I know that's so close to your heart. And as we are working with our Equity Advisory Committee and the roundtables, I think being able to make some pivotal investments together is going to be really a hallmark of this historic investment time. So thank you for your leadership there.
Indeed, and I'll quickly add that I mentioned the governor has $150 million in the budget that's been in the framework that's been approved so far. Highways to Boulevard program, it's a precursor, if you will, to that Reconnecting Communities program.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Anyone else? Okay, the next up is our new Caltrans Director, Tony Tavares.
Well, thank you very much. Good afternoon, Chair Ager, Commissioners, Director Weiss, all the attendees. It's great to be here today. Thank you also, Secretary Omishakin, for the warm introduction and kind words. I appreciate that. I'd also like to take a moment to thank Stephen Keck for acting as the Caltrans Director over the past several months and his assistance in transitioning me into my new role. So it's very much appreciated. Thank you, Stephen. As mentioned, I'm Tony Tavares, and I have to say I'm extremely honored to be appointed by Governor Newsom as the Caltrans Director. And I truly appreciate this opportunity to present the Caltrans report here today at today's meeting. I would like to first start out by laying out my focus for Caltrans, which continues on the great work initiated and implemented by Secretary Omishakin in his former role as Caltrans Director. I'm fully committed to ensure Caltrans remains a people-focused and people-first organization, focusing on our foundational principles of safety, of climate, and equity. And I'd also do understand that our transportation decisions have a direct impact on California's economy. So an additional principle I'm introducing is economic prosperity. We must ensure that our transportation decisions not only address safety, climate, and equity, but continue to support and contribute to a strong economy that embraces diversity and opportunity for all Californians. I look forward to working with Secretary Omishakin, the Commission, our partners and stakeholders at the local, regional, state, and federal levels, and all Californians to advance transportation solutions that are centered around these foundational principles and are attuned to our community needs. Next slide. I'd like to start my presentation on giving an update on our safety program. Earlier this year, we shared the announcement of the Director's Policy on Road Safety, DP 36, which requires all districts and all of our headquarters divisions to develop a road safety action plan. And the objective of this road safety action plan is to review, to update, and transform the policies, the procedures, and best practices for each department and division. As a part of the release of this policy, districts and headquarters divisions were directed to nominate a single point of contact called a Safe System Lead to develop these plans and to have them completed by December 2022. So over the next 6 months. I'm very pleased to share that as of this month, all 12 districts in all the major headquarters divisions have designated a Safe System Lead. And these leads have had a heightened focus on helping us reach our goal of 0 deaths and serious injuries by 2050. The Safe System Leads will be responsible for developing the Road Safety Action Plan and reporting progress on the plan actions to our Chief Safety Officer on a regular basis. And I look forward to having our Chief Safety Officer provide updates on the implementation of these plans to the Commission in future meetings. Next slide. Next item I'd like to talk about is climate update. Supporting transit is not only integral to our vision of developing a connected, equitable, and more sustainable state transportation network, but also core to the department's work to combat the climate crisis. Leveraging data is crucial to modernizing transit in California. And earlier this month, our California Integrated Travel Project, or CAL-ITP, launched a new open data standard to capture and integrate more information impacting transit agency operations. Currently, approximately 50% of our transit agencies in the state cover over 80% of the riders on the open data standard. And Cal ITP continues to work to onboard and support new agencies daily. With median bus speeds in California less than 11 miles per hour, we are committed to doing even more to enhance service by removing barriers and speeding up transit to ensure reliability and consistency throughout the network. Cal ITP has also launched the Better Buses Innovation Challenge, an open call for MPOs, cities, and transit agencies to submit new innovative ideas that can help speed up transit. Applicants can access Cal ITP's California Transit Speed Maps to inform their proposals. And California is the first state to publish this type of open source speed data, an important tool for identifying both successes and challenges associated with bus speed. Once again, this open source data is currently covering approximately 80% of riders throughout the state. So proposals are due by July 28th of this year, and we look forward to collaborating with our transit and local agency partners to identify funding and opportunities that will enable these innovative solutions to speed up transit coming to life. Next slide. I'd like to address our equity program as well, and we heard that from our opening and welcoming speaker from the SACOG region. Caltrans also has three main equity leads: our Office of Civil Rights, with their focus on small businesses; our Equal Employment Opportunity Office, with their focus on the internal workforce at Caltrans; and the Caltrans Office of Race and Equity, with their focus on external engagement. These three entities continue to work together to drive equity for our department. In addition, equity is one of the lenses we use to guide our policies, guidance, and transportation decisions. As you may recall from the last meeting, Caltrans won the Green Award Gold for meeting their small business goals as a result of the efforts coming out of the Office of Civil Rights. And continuing in that vein, the Caltrans second annual DBE Summit was hosted at SoFi Stadium in Inglewood, California. I have to say that Secretary Omishakian and myself attended and participated in that. It was very well attended by many small businesses and many of our partners in the Los Angeles area. DBE firms heard from Caltrans and CalSTA leadership and industry partners about contracting opportunities beyond Caltrans, and learned from industry experts how to take advantage of contracting opportunities through partnerships, through networking, and increase access to bonding, insurance, and technical assistance. I look forward to implementing many of the suggestions and feedback to continually improve our DBE and small business participation at Caltrans. Internally, we're working hard to develop and leverage staff resources to expand our equity understanding. We're working on an internal landing page as a one-stop equity resource page for our staff. And in addition, to ensure the department continues to bolster our workforce in equitable decision-making internally and externally, our EEO office continues to embed the value of equity into sustainable policies that support our workforce, including leading the development of an additional core competency of equity, redesigning our statutorily required Disability Advisory Committee to better support efficiency and equity through our employee life cycle for those with disabilities, and launching 3 new trainings with the next quarter with a focus on diversity, equity, and inclusion. Our Office of Race and Equity also continues to work with the Commission and CalSTA in partnership for the Transportation Equity Listening Sessions. We hope to come back at the August meeting with initial findings from these sessions. But in the meantime, the most recent statewide equity listening sessions were held virtually for the Imperial Valley communities of Calexico, Heber, and El Centro. on June 8th, and the LA Portside communities of Wilmington and San Pedro on June 8th and 15th. The Imperial Valley listening session was conducted as part of the standing AB 617 Community Steering Committee meeting. The meeting was facilitated in English with an option for attendees to listen and participate in Spanish. The LA Portside listening sessions were conducted as a two-part series. The meetings were facilitated in Spanish with the option for attendees to listen and participate in English. All three sessions had a great turnout of community members and representatives from CalSTA, the CTC, and Caltrans. I had an opportunity to participate and listen during the two LA Portside community listening sessions. I will say I was humbled and further educated by the many community members' feedback and their concerns. And I am committed to work closely with my team and our local and regional partners to develop strategies that will improve the transportation experience for these communities. And lastly, the Transportation Equity Advisory Committee development is well underway, and further down today's agenda, you will hear a joint update from Commission staff and Caltrans staff on our recommendations to move it forward. Next slide. I'd like to also provide a project highlight. Today, I obviously would like to highlight a project in the community of Madera in our Central Valley and within the boundaries of our Caltrans District 6. Yosemite Avenue is a main street road in downtown Madera and also part of the state highway system as State Route 145. It has been the center of local and regional culture, civic engagement, and commerce for over 100 years. Currently, this is a 4-lane facility with no side friction leading to higher than posted user speeds. There are 7 long, unprotected marked crosswalks, no marked bike facilities, intermittent ADA accessibility, and limited transit interaction. Significant community engagement by our District 6 team led to the City Council passing a resolution supporting this important Complete Streets project. Next slide. The project addresses Caltrans's goals of safety, enhancement and connection of multimodal networks, climate action, and equity and livability. By giving Madera residents and visitors comfortable and convenient walking, biking, and improved transit facilities. Madera is an equity priority community. This project will bring much needed improvements to the community. The project approval and environmental document phase was completed last month, and design will begin this July, ready for construction by summer of 2024. In my opinion, this project is a model example of how strong local partnerships and robust community engagement can lead to positive transportation solutions for all Californians. Next slide. And I would be remiss if I did not mention Quanda McGadney. Unfortunately, today's employee highlight is a solemn one. The heartbreaking and devastating circumstances that have brought us to this moment are painful and beyond comprehension. Tragically, on June 3rd, while diligently doing her job on Interstate 80 in Vacaville, Quanda McGadney was killed by a hit-and-run driver. Quanda died at the scene, and this overwhelming tragedy and its impact on our Caltrans family and community is unparalleled. Quanda was a valued, hardworking District 4 landscape worker, and she was also a devoted mom, sister, niece, and friend to all. Quanda was part of a very special subset within our Caltrans family, our highway workers. Many of you may know or may not know, but my background, I held the position at one point as the division chief for maintenance for almost a decade. And so this tragedy hits me personally and very deeply. Our highway workers are extremely extraordinary. They take risks for their jobs that most of us do not have to consider in our daily work. The harsh paradox is not lost on me. Quanda's work was laser focused on enhancing safety for our California travelers. Yet she was on the receiving end of the very outcome she worked so hard to prevent for others. A stark reminder why safety continues to be our highest priority. In an instant, lives have been unimaginably changed. And as mentioned by Secretary Omishakin last week, we attended Kwanda's memorial, an event we never would have chosen to take place. I learned even more about what an incredible person Kwanda was. And so you too can get a glimpse into this wonderful woman. I want to share a little with you. Kwanda was born in Oakland in 1971. She had a servant heart. She served her family, she served her community, and the people of California. For the 15 years preceding her time at Caltrans, she worked for the California Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation at San Quentin State Prison. She also possessed great strength and used it for good through her convictions and commitments. Kwanda was very involved with her church, and she worked for more than a decade with her church, volunteering and serving the homeless community. Gardening, music, dance, working out at the gym were some of the areas that provided Kwanda great joy. Her family and friends were her treasures, and all attest to her solid work ethic and spirited sense of humor. But the true love of her life was her 9-year-old daughter, Nairobi. Kwanda fiercely embraced her role as mother and modeled for Nairobi what it means to be a woman of great strength. And Kwanda encouraged Nairobi to dip her toe into as many activities and hobbies as possible. She supported and nurtured Nairobi's vast exposure to all opportunities available and fully backed her pursuit of any area that interested her. And as Nairobi said in a letter she wrote to her mother, "Your hugs were the best, no joke. Your warm hugs would lighten my day. I just wanted to tell you how thankful I am for you." I know that I was just recently appointed Caltrans director, so I hope this is not too presumptuous of me, but I would like to ask the commission to take a moment to honor Kwanda and reflect on her sacrifice and legacy she has left behind by closing today's meeting in her honor. Commissioners, that concludes my report. Thank you.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you so much for your report, Director.
Director Tavares, congratulations on your very first meeting here as Director of Caltrans. We will miss you at District 7, but our loss is the state's gain. I wanted to ask if there has been a fund set up for Nairobi that we could contribute to. This was very moving, and I want to thank you for personalizing especially after we went to the safety and fallen workers memorials, that it speaks to not only what people are doing every day and have had near misses every day, but we really do want to make sure that we support all the people who bear the brunt of these tragedies. And so if there's any information you could send to the commission about a fund for Nairobi, I want to thank you and Secretary Omishakin for really doing her such a great honor today, and her mother such a great honor as well.
Thank you, Commissioner Norton. Yes, there is a fund set up through our partners at the California Transportation Foundation. I'll provide that information to commission staff. Thank you.
Yes. Commissioner Davis?
First, Tony, congratulations. We look forward to working with you in this new capacity. And just want to let you know how much I appreciate both your comments and Talk's comments on this tragedy. And I think one of the things that maybe we should start figuring out how we can do as either a commission or working with my organization when I'm not in this seat, to talk to the Federal Highway Administration about how we classify these. I consider murders. I don't, they're not accidents. People did something on purpose that killed somebody. But in the data, they're considered pedestrian deaths. And so we need to figure out how we change the focus, that that's not what this was. Not that pedestrian deaths aren't any less important, but these are preventable. And so let's talk about what we can do to try to work together to, if we can change the way they look at it, maybe we can change the focus and maybe we can keep it from happening again. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. I look forward to working with you and the commission on these efforts.
Thank you, Commissioner Davis. Commissioner Martinez?
Thank you, Chairwoman, and congratulations, Mr. Tavares, and certainly my condolences to the family. You talked about economic prosperity and wanting to make sure that that is done throughout the state, which I commend you and welcome that. I hope that we could take a hyper local approach. A lot of times when these infrastructure projects are happening, most of the folks that are being hired sometimes don't come from those communities. And so what can we do? Because we talk about economic prosperity and wanting to ensure, because there are sometimes impacts in regards to the infrastructure that's getting built in those communities, but there's also opportunity. But most times we're talking about the impacts and not the opportunity for some of those local businesses, some of those local nonprofits, some of those other contractors that are local and or from a labor perspective that we're able to utilize and ensure that those monies stay within those communities that are being impacted. So I just hope that we're able to take a look at that more of a hyper local and ensure that there is some capacity for that. And I understand that when folks are bidding, we tend to focus on low bid and on and so forth. But I do believe there are ways to ensure that there can be local prosperity within those entities that are within those cities and or regions. So I appreciate you mentioning that, because I do believe it's a very important as we move forward that money is circulated within those communities versus it going out.
Thank you, Commissioner Martinez. I appreciate those comments. Look forward to working with you.
Do you have any other questions or comments for Director Tavares? Thank you so much
Thank
for your
you,
report.
Chair.
And now, Vincent Mamano.
Hello, is that working? I don't have to press a button. Good for me. Congratulations, Tony. I want to congratulate you. I hope you're a lot better than the last guy. But just so you know, the people I hear that worked under him, he was a real pain in the neck to work for. So I'll talk to you about him later and give you some information. I got some insider information. And on behalf of all people of the appropriate height, we like to bring the leadership down to this level again. We're tired of having to look up. Thanks to Stephen Keck also. I know the discussion you just had about Quanda, and it's just a tragedy, but I don't think everybody really gets where Tokes and Malcolm and Lori and Stephen and Will and Randy and Tony, and just keep going back, all of them. The discussion I had with Stephen Keck within the first 2 days of him as acting, he was talking about the safety of the workers. So it's a family of Caltrans. It's something that I have appreciated. I've taught people have asked me about, where should you look for jobs? There are people coming out of college and everything. I said, look at Caltrans. Every job that exists in the world exists in Caltrans. And the family culture, the care, just the discussion here, it's something I've really appreciated working with the leadership, because it's all the way up to the leadership. So, but congratulations, Tony. Tony and I have a long history of working together here, so I'm looking forward to continuing that. And okay, Tokes, it was okay working with you too. So, but congratulations on your appointment as a secretary also. That's very exciting. I told people I feel like I'm cheating, because I've known all four of the secretaries, where it was just Secretary of Transportation very well. So I've been blessed. I tell my counterparts that I feel like I'm cheating, that that I've had directors, DOT directors like I've had with the last several, and then secretaries also. So I appreciate the partnership. I appreciate the discussion that we have between Federal Highway. I know and the commission. I know we had some challenges just recently. We were able to get across the goal line on a couple things here recently. So I really appreciate the partnership. I think it's an envy that I have of many of my peers have of me here in California with the partners. There's two hands in every handshake, and there's always a second handshake. So the other hand in the handshake. So I appreciate that. Sometimes I got to reach a little higher, but I'm glad we're down to this level, Tone. This is good. So a lot of money. We just have a lot of money. That's it. That's all I got. See you. Thank you. Tokes talked a little bit about, you were talking about Justice 40. Still not a lot out there. I think it's evolving. There's some OPM, Office of Personnel Management. OMB, kind of the White House. That's got some interim guidance on that. We should be seeing something very shortly on reconnecting communities. I wouldn't check your email tomorrow, but it might be I don't know. But that should be coming out very soon. And I think that's, like Tokes had talked about, that's going to help us move on the rest of that direction. So there's a lot of money, a lot of programs that the new legislation created. So we're creating a lot of programs. So we appreciate everybody's patience. Somebody described it as building the plane while we're flying it. So it feels like we're building the plane while it's being flown. So it's kind of along that line. There's a notice of proposed rulemaking out, and that's kind of the building the plane part of it. So that's our regulation. So the notice of proposed rulemaking is how we're going to implement the law. And so there's a NEVI notice of proposed rulemaking that came out on June 9th, and it's going to close on August 22nd. So that's an opportunity for you to influence, and you, the collective you, to influence what that actual regulation looks like. So all the comments are going to be looked at. And it may change where we're at. There's the proposed rulemaking, and then you take a look at that. If you think there's a lot of things that are in discussion about distances between and access to National Park Service, to tribes, to all different types of things. So I encourage all of you to make a comment on that. I think I went to the link the other day, and I think I saw 2,000 people have looked at it. And I'm like, there's more than 2,000 people in transportation in this country that care about NEVI. So I would encourage you to take a look at that and see how it applies, see how you can help influence it and make it, work better here in California. Local hiring preference is out. There's a question and answer in there. So that's happening right now. Yay. So again, I want to encourage everybody. A lot of the stuff I talk about is that's right on our website. It's the DOT. Just if you check the Google machine and check up FHWA, under there's the new legislation. There's a link, and it's just got a list of things that have just come out. And there was probably 8 things that came out in June. So local hiring preference question and answers came out. There's a notice of funding opportunity for the bridge investment program, and the question and answers came out. Tribal Transportation Bridge Program question and answers is on there also. The Safe Streets and Roads for All, that program is out right now. So there's a notice of funding opportunity out, and it closes on September 15th, I believe is the time frame for that. Now that's got a little unique twist to it, because the state DOTs are actually not eligible for those dollars. So the groups that are eligible are tribes, regional agencies, local agencies. And what I want to encourage is people to work together. So that's the message we received from our leadership in Federal Highway, was there's going to be opportunities for all different types of funding in that. I think it's $5 billion over 5 years. That's a pretty good chunk of change. But I don't think we want to hand out a gazillion $25,000 grants, right? So there's a lot of opportunity for the regions, for the Metropolitan Planning Organization, some regional transportation plan, for communities to get together and submit a grant request together. So I think that's something I would encourage. That's a message we keep hearing. So it's going to be a broad scope of large projects and small projects that are going to be eligible. Or that are going to receive the grant. So compete. There's the big things, there's action plans. So putting together a plan, there's opportunity for grants to put together the safety plans, and then the implementation grants also. So implementing the plan you may already have. The other thing I want to just quickly mention is Buy America. We had a little twist with Buy America with the new legislation. So Buy America always been iron and steel, and it's always been manufactured products. We've added construction materials. So there's another piece that was added in the latest legislation. We actually have a Buy America waiver for construction materials until November. So previously it was all iron and steel, and then you looked at manufactured products. I think we've had a waiver for manufactured products since 83. It was either 83 or 93. It was one of the threes. And so that waiver allows us to keep moving on it. You don't need approval for it. But the construction materials is new. So something like, say, sheet of glass or something. So the three categories are iron, steel, construction materials, manufactured products. So if you're looking at a piece of material that is an iron steel that's going to be incorporated into the project, that is now going to be covered on, it's going to be included in Buy America. If that piece is broken up glass and it's mixed in with something else, that's now manufactured products. So then that's a little different thing. So, so we've got a waiver till the middle of November on the construction materials. So we're really, right now, we're reaching out to the states to find out what that is. So what is construction materials to you? What are we, you know, are there any unintended consequences in this construction materials world? So what are the materials that are being incorporated into the project that are other than iron and steel that are going to be permanently incorporated and that are standalone and not manufactured? So it's a little different. I really appreciate Caltrans's leadership as we got to the line before the waiver was signed. We got a lot of projects in just in time so that we knew we were approving them before we had to get to a waiver, because we didn't get the waiver until a few days after the date we needed it. So we're very excited that that happened, but we're going to work very closely with Caltrans and local agencies to make sure we're able to implement that appropriately. And then I think lastly, we have so I'm in the process of doing a little bit of hiring myself. I'm in the process of hiring a deputy. Many of you may have known Paul Schneider. He retired, quit. Sorry, he quit on me. So Paul Schneider was a wonderful guy. So that quitter left. So now I'm in the process of backfilling his position. And we just hired a new director of planning, environment, and right-of-way. So many of you already know Antonio Johnson. Antonio Johnson was a team leader in our office, and he's now been promoted to one of my executive team. Very strong in the planning arena. He's been working very closely with everybody. We've gone through a lot. He's problem solver. So I've had a lot of discussions with him where he's come, all right, Vince, this is my approach. Like, all right, good. Find a solution. So he's very in tune with trying to find a solution to the challenges, because as you may guess, there's 1 or 8 challenges in our great state. And I think I need to make sure I did thank Stephen Keck and Mike Keever for the work they did. I'm a big fan of Stephen. We've gotten along great for a long time. I like him a lot, but I watched him lead in that position as the director, and I know Mike Keever stepped up also and made sure that the ship, that giant ship called Caltrans, kept on moving down the river. So I really appreciate the leadership of the entire, all the district directors, all the deputies and headquarters. As you just see everybody just rallying to make sure things keep moving. So I appreciate that. None questions for me? Okay, good, thanks. Oh, darn it. I tried.
Well, first, I just want to say thank you.
Okay.
And thank you for the partnership. We really appreciate between the state of California in all aspects and the federal government. Thank you for taking me on the tour. I appreciate it. I think you were the only one in your office except for Paul.
Except for
But I have to say, I didn't know Paul was his name because he did introduce him as the quitter.
The quitter,
He
good.
said, don't even remember his name because he's on the way out the door. I did it.
In a good way. I said it nicely, though. I'm not
There was
mean.
a smile.
Hey, he's a quitter. You know.
But I did want to say thank you.
Thank you.
We do appreciate your partnership. And I think Commissioner Norton has a question.
Thank you so much for your levity, especially it helped us right after that
No.
very somber last.
Right.
I wanted to ask you about the Trade Corridor Enhancement Program and the support regarding charging and the opportunity to have hydrogen fueling and other things along freeways. We talked about this last meeting. There still needs to be a significant amount of work as we're trying to move towards clean freight.
Right.
And so wanted to find out a little bit more about what your office can do, how we can have that two-hand shake, because it seems as though we're in the midst of some places where we're not shaking hands yet.
Right.
What's the process to get us both to yes?
So let's work together on that. We'll have a separate group with that, I think, because so there's a lot of restrictions that come into this that are just longtime federal restrictions and federal challenges that are just, and it isn't, I mean, it's the law. It isn't, oh, Federal Highway doesn't like that. So I think there's some opportunity there for us to figure out kind of, all right, let's look at what we're trying to get to. May not be what you think the answer is, but let's get to the how, the path to get there. Let's find out what our answer needs to look like, and now let's find, there might be a different path we can work. So yeah, I tell people I don't break a single rule, but I use them all. So sometimes all the rules are, hey, we can do this too if we, and let's find out if there's a couple if we's and see if we can get there going.
Fantastic.
So yes, I'd absolutely be glad to work with you. And I know Antonio Johnson will be a big part of that too, so.
Thank you. I know Hannah's been doing a lot of work with Mitch and the whole team, and so
Right,
we would
right.
love.
So yeah, let's set something up and let's talk and see if there's some opportunity. We can get some people connected, if nothing else.
Fabulous. Thanks.
Yes. Commissioner Liu?
Thank you. Thank you, Vince. I'm glad to hear that you're going to be working on that. That's an important one in my heart too. And I got a useful piece of information from your presentation. So I'm going to ask about that, but it's more of a question for staff and for Director Tavares than it is for you.
Sweet. I like those questions.
The NEVI, National Electric Vehicle Infrastructure. You said there's a comment deadline. So I'd like to know whether our staff of 40 or so people may be working with his staff of 20,000 people
Or so.
On some comments on that. And especially because I think California is a little bit unique in that we have more electric vehicles than anywhere else.
Right.
But we also have more infrastructure to begin with. But we're also trying to do something with medium and heavy duty and buses that no one else is trying to do. So I think it would be important for us collectively to get on board and submit some comments on that project and that proposal. Would you agree?
I absolutely would agree. So I wanted to make a point of anytime we have a rulemaking out, I want to make, that's why I try and bring those up, is to let people know your opportunity to influence the reg. So 23 CFR, when I come to a meeting or something like that, I've got it rolled right in my phone underneath my arm and go, I know how to spell 23 CFR and you don't. And you should know how to spell 23 CFR and that's our regulation. So that's, the law is Title 23 and the implementation of that is the rulemakings and goes into the reg. And it's important for you to influence that because just so you know, people all over the country in your positions are influencing that. So if you're not doing it, then they get to influence it for you. So as Federal Highway, we're always encouraging people to look at how it impacts your program. Think broader if you can to try and think across the lines, but be selfish also. So I think there's a balance.
And it fits hand in glove with the comment that Commissioner Norton made about doing this heavy duty
access
charging and fueling infrastructure for zero emission vehicles. Mitch, is this something that you might be able to find time to get a letter in?
Did I tell you I'm going on vacation?
Oh, that's right.
Mitch would be glad to have someone else do it.
I would say Hannah on our team is already working on it with Barbie at Caltrans. I think that's who it is. And so we're already involved. I'm not sure on the timing of that, when comments are due. So if
August 22nd.
When's our August commission meeting? Okay, so we'll bring something.
Okay. And you'll be back from vacation.
I will be.
Great.
Someday.
And I would, and like I said, when I saw the notice, I sent a note to Hannah. She sent me something. She was already on it.
Well, I'm not too surprised.
Yeah. And then like I said, think about, as you're looking at that, think about everything, right? Think about access, think about tribes, think about your park system, think about all of those. I mean, that's all part of the discussion. I'd encourage you to partner with your state and federal parks in the state to look at that network and see whether or not that works, the rulemaking works with all of that. It's such a unique state, both the climate, the terrain, just the community, the rural and urban nature of this state. There's so much to California that you really need to make sure you're thinking across all the lines. That's what I want to encourage you to be thinking about as you're looking at it.
Any other questions? I guess you're
All
free
right, was
to
that
go.
out quick enough, Michelle? She was heckling me before. She's a little longer. I said, hey, pot kettle. Yeah. In a good way. It was a good way. It was a good way.
Thank you. Okay, we have the regional agencies. Dawn?
Thank you. On behalf of the Regional Transportation Planning Agency Group, I want to welcome and congratulate Mr. Tavares on his position, and we look forward to working with you. And welcome Commissioner Lugo virtually to your first CTC meeting. The regional planning agencies met yesterday in our first hybrid meeting, and I have to say it was really great to see people in person, and this feels good today. As usual, we received reports on important issues that are facing local and regional agencies, as well as updates on budget and legislative actions, some of which are quite impactful. And as regional planning agencies, we work in partnership with state and local jurisdictions to plan and deliver transportation projects that are helping to reach state, regional, and local goals, as well as the federal goals that are well aligned with the vision here in California. And as I have said many times, we are diverse. Our regions require recognition of this as we move forward to implement these multimodal solutions that are safe and equitable throughout the state. As the end of the federal fiscal year approaches, we've been working diligently to assure that local assistance obligation authority is fully utilized and so that California can secure additional August redistribution. We also really appreciate the funds distribution item on your agenda today. We are looking very much forward to the upcoming year to things like the call for projects on the various SB1 programs, and want to acknowledge and really thank Commission staff for their extensive workshops that were conducted to develop the guidelines. We also look forward to discussing things in the upcoming year, like updates to the Regional Transportation Plan and State Transportation Improvement Program guidelines. And we're very excited about the possibilities before us with additional transportation funding, including active transportation and transit and intercity rail funding. At our meeting yesterday, we elected a new moderator and vice moderator for the group for fiscal year 2023. And I'm proud to say Ryan Niblock of the San Joaquin Council of Governments will be our moderator next year. And Rich Murphy from the San Luis Obispo Council of Governments will serve as the vice moderator. And it's been my pleasure to present our reports to you this past year. That concludes my report.
Thank you so much. Do we have any questions? Thank you. Thank you for all you did this last year. And Nafili Barrett from Rural Counties Task Force, I believe is virtual. Oh, maybe not.
Yes. Good afternoon, commissioners. I'm Nafili Barrett, chair of the Rural Counties Task Force and executive director of the Mendocino Council of Governments. So first, let me say congratulations to the new Caltrans director, Tony Tavares, on his recent appointment, and we do look forward to working with you. So the Rural Counties Task Force last met on May 20th, and at that meeting, we received reports from several CTC and Caltrans staff members and discussed a wide range of issues that are facing our 26 rural counties, including IIJA, proposed legislation, and the state budget. CTC staff provided updates on the SB1 competitive programs. As always, we appreciate CTC staff's efforts to include rural regions in the development process for these critical programs. With adoption of the CTC guidelines for the Trade Corridor Enhancement Program and Solutions for Congested Corridors program slated for consideration later today The RCTF has heard concerns from rural regions in relation to the 2022 interim Caltrans strategic investment strategy that defines the Caltrans criteria for selecting projects for nomination and consideration for investment and funding partnerships in the Trade Corridor Enhancement and Solutions for Congested Corridors programs and non-SHOP PID projects. This document was developed internally by Caltrans, and after recently reviewing the document, RCTF member agencies are concerned that the scoring rubrics and criteria as currently defined by Caltrans could disadvantage investments in rural regions. As we take steps to address equity, it's important to ensure that rural regions of the state aren't further disadvantaged and have the ability to compete for state funding. The RCTF and its member agencies look forward to holding discussions with Caltrans regarding the interim Caltrans strategic investment strategy and working in partnership to address these concerns. We've also been collaborating with CalSTA and Caltrans to plan the upcoming Sustainable Rural Transportation Solutions Summit, planned for August 4th. The summit will focus on delivering critical projects in rural areas and identifying mutually beneficial actions for furthering the vision of CAPTI. We're grateful to Caltrans and CalSTA for recognizing that one size does not fit all when it comes to CAPTI implementation and for being inclusive of the RCTF and member agencies throughout the process. That concludes my report, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Do we have any questions from the commissioners? I guess not. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you.
Oh, I think Keith Dunn is it? Yes, we have Keith Dunn from Self-Help Counties Coalition. Good afternoon, Keith.
Thank you, commissioners, and congratulations, Tony. Looking forward to working with you. Tokes, it's good to see you in the secretary chair. The Self-Help Counties Coalition really focuses on partnership. I want to take a minute and just talk a little bit about the commission and Director Weiss's most recent memo, which highlighted, and I guess I didn't recognize it, over the last 10 months, there's been 23 different meetings taking place with the commission and our partners looking at equity and climate resiliency. And I just want to applaud and just take that in for a second. 10 months, 23 meetings. The partnership that we share with the state of California and the commission is critically important. The Self-Help Counties deliver over $5 billion, with a B, $1 billion of infrastructure investment as a funding partner with the state. We look forward to continuing those priorities. These meetings are critical. I think we've made great progress. We look forward to continuing our meetings with CalSTA and Director Omashakhan and with the department and with new Director Tavares to talk about how we can better deliver on those priorities. So again, you know, as 25 local agencies now look and deliver on expenditure plans that we've gone out and got 2/3 of our voting public to endorse, we're very thankful for that partnership. There are other efforts that look to kind of cut us out of that process that sometimes get talked about, but this commission and the department and the secretary's office has been fantastic, and we look forward to it. It's critically important that we can work together to deliver on those promises that we have with our voting public and for the infrastructure as a whole. I do have to take 1 second to just say, I feel a little bit like Rodney Dangerfield sometimes up here following Vince. You know, he gets all the laughs and the rest of us come up and have to kind of take it. So at some point, I'd like to negotiate a little bump up in the agenda so I can go ahead of him, but you know, we'll see if we can do that. Maybe that's an opportunity. Anyway, got to give him a hard time. Well, as I just mentioned, if you would listen to me, we have $5 billion annually, so get in line. Do you want to talk a little bit again about Secretary Omashakhan's opportunity about the budget that's going to take place tonight, 6 o'clock, hot and heavy? As everybody's been around Sacramento knows, when it heats up, that's when the good things happen in Sacramento. So there's a vote tonight at 6 o'clock. Many of us have participated actively in participating in supporting the governor's proposal and the secretary's proposal on the budget. It's very exciting. There's a lot of great resources that are being put towards the state of California, as the secretary said, this is the most money that we've seen. And this includes self-help's $5 billion, $4 billion in SB1. So it's exciting times. It's exciting that the partnership exists, that we're going to put this money to use and that we're going to be doing it together. We look forward to making those investments with the state. We look forward to partnering with the state and delivering on that equity and the climate impacts that we can build things better so that our citizens have healthy communities that are equitable in how we invest in those dollars. The local hire is an important part of that aspect. I'm glad that we brought that up. Commissioner Martinez isn't here, but it's a critical component so that those communities not only get the benefit of the mobility, but also the dollars that are being built in their, stay in their community. So we stand in partnership with you. We look forward to continuing that. I also would like to invite all of you November 15th and 16th to Newport Beach to the return of the in-person conference, the Focus on the Future conference. Many of you have been, 1,200 or so folks. COVID, post-COVID, we'll see how things go, but hopefully everybody's healthy. We will do everything we can to keep everybody safe, but we always look forward to having the commission and their staff there and giving us those types of updates. Big things on the horizon. And I also have to say, since we've worked on it for so long, that I'm extremely happy about the high-speed rail investment in the Central Valley, having just spent the weekend up at Dinky Creek doing a little camping. God, we need a train down there. It's terrible to drive even on the weekend. So with that, I'll conclude my remarks. I'll look for the opportunity to bump Vince out and down a few levels at the next meeting. But thank you very much for the time. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Keith. Anyone have any questions? All right, you're off the hook.
Thank you.
So up next, we have state and federal legislative matters with Paul. I do have to say a special thank you to Paul. Every time someone calls me at the last minute to say, hey, can you come do a speech or give an interview? I say, can you hold on 5 minutes? And then I text Paul and say, here's what they want me to talk about. Can you send me something? So he's my help me with Mr. Wizard. So thank you so much. Go ahead, Paul.
You're very welcome. Commissioners, tab 13 is an action item to accept the staff report on state and federal legislative matters. Staff are not recommending the commission adopt any positions on legislation at this time, but I'll give a brief update on the legislative session. Policy bills had to pass out of the House of Origin by May 27th, and those bills that met that requirement moved to policy committee hearings in the other house. Those policy committees have been meeting over the last weeks and have until this Friday, July 1st, to consider these bills. And the transportation committees finished their hearings last night. After Friday, the legislature will recess until August 1st, and upon reconvening, the fiscal committees will begin their hearings. And the attachment in your book item has a list of the bills staff are tracking. On the budget side, as you heard earlier, the governor and the legislature reached agreement on the transportation funding package. I won't go through it again, other than to highlight that in addition to the $1 billion augmentation for the active transportation program, the agreement also includes the creation of a new climate adaptation infrastructure program, a state program for Caltrans, and another program for regional and local agencies. And the commission will be responsible for adopting projects in that program. And staff will provide an update on the development of it at a future commission meeting. That concludes my report, and staff recommends approving this item.
Any questions? Do I have a second? Second, David?
Abalone, second.
Do we have any public comment? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Budget and allocation.
Commissioners, tab 14 is an informational update from Keith Duncan of Caltrans Division of Budgets regarding how much funding the commission has allocated this fiscal year, as well as our anticipated funding capacity for next year. And I'll turn it to Keith for his presentation.
All right. Thank you very much, Paul. Good afternoon and happy Wednesday, Madam Chair, Commissioners. As mentioned, Keith Duncan, Caltrans Division of Budgets, and I'll be providing the budget and allocation capacity update. Oh, let's see. Aha, there we go. Thank you very much. Sorry about that. My usual technological challenges. To begin, There we go. To provide a brief status on commission activities, through May, the commission has allocated approximately $3.9 billion towards 770 projects across all the transportation programs within the California Transportation Commission's purview. That represents about 44% allocated of the total $8.7 billion allocation capacity across those programs. A couple of highlights: the SHOP, the State Highway Operation Protection Program, is at 51% allocation. The STIP, the State Transportation Improvement Program, is at 55% allocated, and the LPP, Local Partnership Program, is at 61% allocated. Based on the agenda, as Executive Director Weiss mentioned, we're looking at about $3.1 billion potentially to be allocated. Of that, roughly $1.4 billion would be applied to this available capacity. Once we apply that in, we're looking at about 60% allocation rate at the fiscal year end. In comparison purposes, for the prior 3 fiscal years, we typically end the year about 75 to 80% fully allocated. So we are a little below, well, 15, 20% low prior fiscal years. We continue to work with our Caltrans program managers, also work with commission staff to see what we can do to try to find solutions to try to get these projects coming forward for allocation so we get this funding allocated as quickly as possible. Let's see here. Aha, thank you. Buttons. Next, we wanted to provide a brief update regarding Caltrans activities related to G12. Resolution G12 is the delegated authority by the commission to the department to be able to make adjustments to project allocations within certain thresholds. For those projects less than $1 million, the Caltrans could make an adjustment up to $200,000. And for those projects $1 million or more, the maximum adjustment Caltrans is able to make is $200,000 plus 10% of the CTC approved allocation. As noted on the slide, through April, the Caltrans has processed 273 allocation adjustments for a total net savings of $125.7 million. To be more specific, for the SHOP, the State Highway Operation Protection Program, we processed adjustments to 264 projects with a total value of $2.8 billion. And those adjustments resulted in a net savings of $107.4 million. And for the STIP, we processed adjustments on 9 projects with a total value of $210 million with a net savings of about $18.2 million. That net savings returns back to those respective programs so that funding can be allocated to future projects. Next, as we look to wrap up our 21-22 fiscal year and look forward to the upcoming 22-23 fiscal year, we wanted to share the draft allocation capacity for all of the transportation programs within the CTC's purview. This draft allocation capacity represents the base allocation. This is the starting point for each of these respective programs. This does not include any carryover. From a previous slide, you saw the amount of funding that has yet to be allocated for the current fiscal year. That money will roll over and be added to this as we approach the August commission meeting. But for now, this table represents the total numbers of the base allocation for each of those programs. For programs such as the SHOP, the STIP, Active Transportation Program, ATP, the Aeronautics Program, as well as the TCEP, the Trade Corridor Enhancement Program, those values are based on fund estimates that were previously adopted by the commission. For programs such as the Solution for Congested Corridors Program, the Transit Intercity Rail Program, as well as for the Local Partnership Program, those are based on budgeted items identified in the enacted governor's budget. The column that represents bonds, that's just the remaining allocation capacity or funding capacity within the Prop 1A or Prop 1B programs, so we can have that funding available for allocation on the projects. In total, we're looking at about $6 billion roughly as we begin as part of this base allocation amount. If we look at just rough numbers, if we're looking at $3.5 billion potentially carryover, plus the $1 billion in general fund for ATP, as well as some outstanding federal funding that will be added, we're looking at probably a little over $11 billion available for CTC to allocate over this upcoming fiscal year. A large amount for us. And then just looking ahead, as everyone has already mentioned, we're definitely excited as we get to the month of July because we'll have budget enactment, both all the activity that's going to happen tonight and tomorrow, as well as for just the 22-23 budget. So we're excited for the budget enactment process. Also, as part of July 1, this is when the annual SB1 CPI inflationary increase happens for both the gas and diesel excise tax. For gas, effective July 1, the excise tax will increase by 2.8 cents per gallon. So that'll increase from 51.1 cents per gallon up to 53.9 cents per gallon. And then for diesel, it'd be increasing by 2.1 cents per gallon. And that's going from 38.9 up to 41 cents per gallon. And then as we look forward to August for the commission meeting, we'll be presenting to you the 2022 Trade Corridor Enhancements Program Fund Estimate for adoption. Later this meeting, I'll be able to provide an update regarding the draft fund estimate. And then we'll also be able to present to you in August the final allocation capacity numbers across those programs. And lastly, based on timing, we hope at the commission meeting we'll be able to provide you an update regarding the annual FHWA August redistribution process. And with that, there we go. I want to thank CTC staff, Caltrans Financial Programming, as well as Caltrans Budgets Revenue Team for everyone's help with all this material in this presentation. And I'll be available for any questions you may have.
Thank you, Keith. Do we have any questions? That was a lot of numbers.
Sorry,
a lot of money.
fast. 11 billion maybe for next year.
So thanks, Keith. 11 billion is a big number, as is the 8.9 billion that you said was the number for this year. But I couldn't help but noticing there are several programs where we're not allocating as much as we have as the capacity. And there could be a number of reasons for that. Some could be the programming doesn't exactly line up, so we may have the programming in the next year rather than this year, so we may have more capacity that we need for next year. But maybe, I know we're thinking about a project delivery workshop in conjunction with our August meeting, maybe to add to your time constraints, Tim. Maybe we can look at some of the programs where the capacity, where we're at a smaller percent of the allocation capacity used, and try to figure out if there's something that we need to be doing to adjust to do that. And like I said, there could be very good reasons. The programming doesn't always line up with the capacity. And a lot of times in multi-year programs, there's funding evenly across the years, but the capital projects tend to be in the out years, so that may be the reason. But let's take a look and make sure there isn't something that we need to be solving.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
We're back to you, Paul, with Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act funding.
Yes, tab 15 is an action item to approve a funding distribution for the Federal Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act that splits the total Federal Highways Administration formula funding, 60% for state programs and 40% for regional and local programs. At the May 18th commission meeting, staff presented an informational item on this funding distribution, which was developed by the state and local funding split sub-working group led by Caltrans. The attachments in your book item contain a description of each of the federal programs, the amounts included in the federal act as compared to the prior fiscal year, and the detail on how the funds for each program are proposed to be split. I went through this information at the May 18th meeting, and since there have been no changes, I will not go through it again today, but can take any questions you have. This action today will provide the overarching framework for how to split the approximately $5.5 billion for federal fiscal year 2022. However, as was noted earlier, the sub-working groups are continuing to meet to discuss additional implementation details for several of the programs, and that would also include discussion in the equity sub-working group of matters like the Justice 40 initiative. So this is really just the first action and the first step today, but there'll be more to come later. Also related on the agenda in tab 89 is an action that will be requesting the allocation of local assistance funds for the federal IIJ formula programs, which will ensure that local and regional agencies are able to obligate funds prior to the end of the fiscal year. And that concludes my remarks. Staff recommends approving this item, which is Resolution G2249.
Do we have any questions?
Second.
Just very quickly, Paul, how quickly will we get these funds out to the project? I know it's as quick as possible, but what does that mean?
Yeah, so the reason why we're taking this action today, and as I was mentioning towards the end of my remarks, the idea is we want to be able to obligate the funds for the first federal fiscal year. In terms of, how quickly that happens, I believe it'll probably, after we take this action, regional and local agencies will get to work right away to put the funds on projects and make sure that they're using them.
Great, thank you.
Any other questions?
I'll second.
Do we have any public comment?
No public comment at this time.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Now we have the approval of Interagency Equity Advisory Committee with Sequoia. There she is.
Good afternoon. Delighted to join you all virtually today. Excuse me. Thank you very much. Is my audio coming in okay?
Yes, you are.
We can hear you.
Thank you. I've been having connection issues all week, so just flag me if something comes down. Thank you. All right, so good afternoon, commissioners. Tab 16, the approval of the Interagency Equity Advisory Committee proposed structure is an action item and staff recommends your approval. Thank you all very much for considering our proposal for the Interagency Equity Advisory Committee. The presentation of this proposal represents over a year of collaborative efforts between the Commission and our partners at Caltrans and CalSTA. We're delighted to share the concept with you today, to you and the public today. Sorry, I am not seeing my slides, so I will wait until the slides come up. There we go. All right, thank you. Next slide, please. So as mentioned, the presentation of today's proposal represents over a year of commitment and collaborative efforts with our partners at CalSTA and Caltrans. In 2020, our partners at CalSTA and Caltrans released official equity statements, paving the way for actions reflecting agency commitments to improving equity outcomes, racial equity, and justice in projects, policies, and programs among all of our agencies. Soon after, the Commission released its own racial equity statement, which documented our commitment to the efforts of achieving racial equity in transportation in California. Following the release of our racial equity statement, the Commission formed an equity advisory roundtable and called for the launch of a series of statewide equity listening sessions with the goals of informing future equity work, including that's related to the formation of an interagency equity advisory committee. Our key equity leads from CalSTA, Caltrans, and the Commission have worked diligently for over a year to create a proposal discussing the guiding principles, general structure, scope, compensation mechanisms, and general membership for the committee. This high-level presentation that I bring forth to you today will highlight some of the main features of the proposal, but for a more detailed information, please refer to the book item and the attachment for this item. Next slide, please. So the beginning of the process to forming one interagency equity advisory committee began with a few foundational questions. These included, should the Commission join with Caltrans and CalSTA to implement one or multiple committees? What should the scope of the committee be? Who should serve on the committee? Should members be compensated? And how will recommendations for the committee be considered? Next slide, please. The following foundational discussion was built through conversations within the team, with the Equity Advisory Roundtable, and with key external advisors from agencies that have also built similar advisory committees. Highlights of stakeholder feedback included the importance of providing a clear communication of roles, responsibilities, and committee power, which will help build trust between members of the committee and our agencies. It will also be important that we clearly demonstrate how feedback from the committee will be integrated into our agencies. And finally, compensation for the time and expertise of equity experts will be crucial. I will discuss the details of the purpose in the next slide, but regarding the scope, the committee is anticipated to review, advise, and make recommendations on transportation-related plans, programs, or policies. The membership is intended to focus on marginalized voices in California, and detailed information about membership categories can be found in the book item and related attachment. The applicant must clearly demonstrate and have a history of equity-centered personal or professional experience, community leadership, or be actively engaged in transportation equity, policy, programming, advocacy, or related fields. Regarding the structure, committee membership will consist of up to 15 members, not 15-year. I wouldn't do that to anyone. 15 members with 2-year staggered terms, and 4 committee meetings with 2 joint meetings between the committee, the commission, and CalSTA and Caltrans executives. The committee will make recommendations to our 3 agencies and will meet pursuant to the Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Act. The commission, CalSTA, and Caltrans will retain final decision-making authority. And finally, as I mentioned, compensation will be a critical piece of this effort, and we will definitely be going over this in further detail in the presentation. Next slide, please. So the purpose of the Equity Advisory Committee, it is intended to elevate diverse and historically marginalized voices to advise the Commission, CalSTA, and Caltrans on how to achieve meaningful outcomes in transportation equity, environmental justice, and equitable economic opportunities, especially as related to transportation planning and programming. This purpose has been developed through the Climate Action Plan for Transportation Infrastructure, or CAPTI, the Commission's own Equity Advisory Roundtable, which we wrapped up in April, stakeholder feedback, statewide equity listening sessions, interagency collaboration, and public feedback. Next slide, please. The concept graphic here illustrates the proposed workflow and structure of the committee. Within our interagency staff team, we will hold monthly internal meetings with the committee chair and co-chair to develop meeting agendas and other coordination that reflects committee priorities. Within the Equity Advisory Committee itself, we propose that up to 15 participants make up the committee, where they will attend quarterly public meetings that will provide content for an annual report of recommendations and future outcomes. And finally, commissioners, the CalSTA secretary, and the Caltrans director will independently consider committee recommendations. And these recommendations will be formally presented at 2 annual joint agency meetings. And other ongoing discussions will include annual report accomplishments, future priority focus areas, and updates from staff or committee members. These discussions will be in addition to those held during the quarterly meetings. Next slide, please. Thank you. So one of the challenges, as I mentioned, continues to be how to accomplish our goal of providing meaningful compensation to members. The Commission currently has a mechanism to reimburse committee members for travel-related expenses, but we are still seeking ways to provide compensation for member involvement in the committee. And we actually currently lack the authority to do so. In addition, in our research to help us craft this proposal, we found a few state level advisory groups that do indeed have mechanisms to compensate members for both time and expertise. These include the Disadvantaged Community Advisories Group within the California Energy Commission and the California Public Utilities Commission, and the Environmental Justice Advisory Committee with the California Air Resources Board. Both of these committees were created through legislation, and the power to compensate members was granted through statute. There is a definite need for further action in this area. The Commission, CalSTA, and Caltrans will continue to pursue long-term solutions for compensating committee members for their time and expertise. Next slide, please. Our final slide reflects our anticipated timeline. Currently, we have reached our June 2022 milestone and are presenting this proposal for commission action. And I quickly want to thank my team members within the commission, as well as our interagency partners, for all that we've been able to accomplish together and all the work that we did to get here. So thank you. During the months of July or August, we will put out a call for applications. In mid to late August, we will collect and review applications. During the month of September, we will hold an informational meeting for all who are interested in learning about goals for the committee. This will be an open meeting for anyone from the public to join. In October 2022, we intend to present a list of proposed members to the commission based on the applications that we receive and review. And we have a goal of hosting our first committee meeting in the fall or winter of 2022. So that concludes our slideshow. And again, for more details on committee membership and structure, please review the proposal, the book item, as well as the attachment. I really thank you all today, commissioners, secretary and director, for all your support and commitment and input throughout this process. I will now open it up to any questions or comments. And I believe that we also have at least one of our team members on the line. So if you want to go ahead, yes, thanks, Avatal. I'm not sure if Jeannie is on the line, but if you're around, Jeannie, I welcome you to join us for this period. Thank you.
So thank you, Sequoia, and your entire team. I know how hard you've all been working, and we certainly appreciate getting to this point and everything that you've put into it. And I'm certainly glad it's not a 15-year term, that it's a 15-member. You're going to have a little bit difficult time getting people to sign up. Not that they wouldn't, but might have been a little bit more difficult. But thank you. Thank you so much for your work. Anyone have any comments or questions? Yes, Commissioner Liu.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, Sequoia and the rest of your team, congratulations on this milestone. This is absolutely a wonderful place for us to be. I'm very happy for us to be here. I did mention to you in my comments prior to this meeting that there was one little tweak I was interested in, and that was under the scope. There was a series of bullets under the scope, and if you guys are looking at page 3 of the attachment A, it's the 6th bullet down. It currently says assessment of equitable outcomes of projects. And I thought that was a little too limited. I asked if you guys would be comfortable with making that assessment of equitable outcomes and projects, plans, and policies, just so it's a little broader, that their scope is as wide as it probably should be for this committee to take on these issues. I was just mentioning to the secretary and the director that we can spend $8 billion, but we can't compensate our equity advisors, which is really a terrible situation. So I'm glad that there's a commitment to try to resolve that issue. And then finally, on the timeline, one thing I would like, and I think you're committed to doing this, is this gap between our listening sessions and the first meetings of this advisory committee. I would like to still see reports at our commission from the equity stakeholders happening during that time. So I noticed that, the first meeting's not till sometime in the fall or winter of this year. So let's make sure that in August and the other meetings that we have, we're still getting updates from the equity stakeholders. And can I just confirm that that one change of the wording is okay with you guys?
Yes, Commissioner Wu.
Yeah, I'm glad that you're bringing it up here and that Avital can be present as well. I know it's okay on our end, and it definitely is part of what we're intending. So Avital, I'll also allow you to speak on it.
Tanisha, did you have a remark?
I was just gonna be a little more direct than Sequoia may have been. Yes, it's not a substantial change. We are committed to making that change in the final document.
I would like to move the item with that change.
I'll second that.
That was Commissioner Bradshaw.
Yes.
All those, oh, do we have public comment?
Yes, we do have public comment.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Chair Eager. We do have public comment at this time. Up first, I'd like to call on Rosie Ramos.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners. My name is Rosie Ramos Gomez, and I work for the Sacramento Area Council of Governments, or SACOG, and I just wanted to add my support for the Equity Advisory Committee being presented today. This type of structure in our planning and decision-making processes is exactly what is needed to create a more equitable and just transportation network here in California, and having the CTC establish this interagency committee sets a precedent for the state and all our agencies to follow this model of collaboration. I look forward to the work of the committee and learning from the process as we smaller agencies implement our own committees. And I just want to say thank you to the staff that have put in all the work and the effort needed to make this happen. And thank you to the Equity Advisory Roundtable that helped establish this committee. So thank you, and this is really exciting.
Great, thank you for your comment. Any others?
Yes, up next we have Sandy Narano.
Greetings, Chair and Commissioners. My name is Sandy Naranjo. I'm the Policy Advocate for Climate Plan, and our Executive Director, Naila Popartin, wanted me to pass on our deep appreciation for CTC's commitments on developing the Equity Advisory Committee that would bring meaningful outcomes for transportation equity. We look forward to working with you all on developing and supporting a strong and successful Equity Advisory Committee. Thank you.
Great, thank you. We look forward to working with you too. Any others?
I see no other attendees looking to comment at this time.
Thank you. Yes, Commissioner Bradshaw.
Yeah, I just had a quick comment. When I was proud to second the motion, but I want to say that the equity listening sessions I've been able to attend have been not only illuminating, but interactive. And, I want to echo my fellow commissioners on let's keep that communication going while this structure gets implemented. But interagency cooperation and actually bringing structure to it. I mean, our racial equity statement is, I would say, second to none. But it's always for me about what is the action, and is the action accountable, and is the action, can it evolve, and can it get better, and can we learn and keep growing? And it's a tremendous step forward. There's other agencies that I'd like to see us doing similar stuff with around issues when you talk about equity and inclusion, when you start talking about housing and their interaction with transportation, but just a job well done. And I appreciate, as a commissioner, the education and also the back and forth collaborations. It's really good job. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Bradshaw. Any others? We have a first and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Sequoia.
Thanks, everyone.
Next up, we have a timed item, a hearing on program projects for small urbanized and rural areas, Federal Transit Administration, Section 5310. Monica.
Good afternoon. Sorry. Can you hear me? Good afternoon, Commissioners. The purpose of this hearing is to obtain final public comment on the 2021 Federal Transit Administration Section 5310 Enhanced Mobility for Seniors and Individuals with Disabilities Program, a small component and rural area component. The program provides financial assistance for nonprofit organizations to purchase transit capital equipment to meet the specialized needs of seniors and disabled individuals for whom mass transportation services are unavailable, insufficient, or inappropriate. For the 2021 Section 5310 program grant cycle, 72 applications for 141 projects totaling $20.9 million were received. The available funding for the 2021 cycle is $15,196,193 and includes $8,801,116 for 81 projects for the traditional program and $6,395,077 for projects for the expanded program. As required, the State Review Committee held an appeals hearing where one appeal was heard. The appeal was not substantiated and the appeal was denied. The final 2021 Section 5310 program will be presented to the Commission for approval upon conclusion of the hearing. This concludes my presentation. Chair Eager, staff recommends you begin the public hearing.
Thank you, Monica. So the hearing is open. Do we have anyone wishing to testify?
I do not yet see anybody looking to testify at this time.
Anyone in the room? Keep it open for 30 more seconds. Okay, the hearing is closed. We will move on to item 18.
Commissioners, this is an action item to adopt the 2021 Section 5310 program, small urban and rural area component. The program of projects for the 2021 Section 5310 program is included as attachment B of the book item. The 2021 program of projects presented at the May 2022 Commission meeting was revised to correct a scoring duplication to the traditional project list and update the expanded project list to correct a transcription error. The corrections did not impact the award or the funding cutoff of the list presented in May. With the adoption of the 2021 Section 5310 program, funding will be made available to support projects as illustrated on the slide. Oh. So the photo on the left side is the Beeline service provided by the the Butte County Association of Governments, Butte Regional Transit, the BCAG, is a shared rides transit service, paratransit service designated to meet the needs of seniors and persons with qualifying disabilities who are unable to use fixed routes in Chico, Orville, Paradise, and surrounding communities. The photo on the right is an example of an ADA accessible minivan that was available for Caltrans to procure for successful applicants in the last application cycle. Staff recommends your adoption of the 2021 Federal Transit Administration Section 5310 Enhanced Mobility for Seniors and Individuals with Disabilities Program, Small Urban and Rural Area Component.
Thank you, Monica. I will entertain a motion.
So moved.
We have Commissioner Davis and I didn't hear who second.
Bradshaw.
We have any public comment?
I see no public comment at this time.
Any questions from the commissioners? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you so much, Monica. Now we will take a short break. We will be back at 3:20. Okay.
Perfect.
Carl, you're so evil, man. Coming around with the shop.
Light them up.
There you go, man. Hold tight. Oh, yeah. Big stuff.
Yeah, just want to come say hi.
Yeah, I showed up late.
No, it seemed like all of a sudden it just like everyone was kind of here, and then it's like we're starting. It's like,
Two-minute warning. 2-minute warning.
Okay, where should I sit?
You can sit here, you can sit here, or you can sit where it's
I'll
resting.
sit here.
I mean, if there's anyone that you don't want
Can everybody please make their way back to their seats? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We are back in session. We are now at tab 19, the draft 2022 Senate Bill 1 program guidelines. Matthew.
Thank you, Chair Norton, or Chair Eager. I'm sorry about that. Oh, pardon, wait, do we get to start over? I apologize for that. Thank you, Chair Eager and Commissioners. Tab 19 is an information item to present some of the overarching themes and changes that will be reflected in each of the next round of SB1 program guidelines, each of which will be presented on in the following items to this one. For the past 10 months, the SB1 program managers have led a robust effort to develop the next set of guidelines for each of the program's upcoming cycles. Combined, the team held over 23 public engagement workshops to inform the development of the draft guidelines and build consensus around each of the changes, as well as 58 office hour sessions to ensure that interested stakeholders had an opportunity to better understand the programs for which they may be interested in applying to. I'm extremely proud of the team and would now like to highlight some of the major changes that were made consistently through each of the programs. This cycle will include the new SB1 competitive program transportation equity supplement, which will enable the further implementation of the Commission's racial equity statement within each of the SB1 competitive programs. This supplement provides important information on indicators that may be used to identify disadvantaged or historically impacted and marginalized groups, equity benefits, community engagement strategies, and anti-displacement resources, which will all guide applicants to provide more detailed information about the project's benefits and impacts to disadvantaged or historically impacted and marginalized communities. This cycle, we have included community engagement as an evaluated criteria to provide a mechanism to ensure that the project selection process is resulting in projects that provide more equitable outcomes to disadvantaged or historically impacted and marginalized communities. I'm very proud to say that through this upcoming SB1 program cycle set of guidelines, the Commission has kept its commitment to implement every Commission-led CAPFI strategy noted as short-term, and we've begun working on several strategies noted as medium-term. The full list of strategies is included in the book item and spans the 3 competitive SB1 programs. And last but not least, Commission staff have developed and incorporated a performance metrics guidebook into the guidelines to improve the Commission's ability to track project benefits for accountability and to serve as an important resource to stakeholders who are required to submit various project performance metrics along with their project submittals. I want to give a huge thank you to Hannah Walter, who led the 7-month-long working group effort of over 50 statewide subject matter experts to develop this tool. The guidebook was presented at a public workshop for each of the SB1 programs. In summary, the draft SB1 program guidelines each include changes to advance California's efforts to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, enhance transportation equity, and increase public engagement. As a result, people across California stand to benefit from a cleaner, safer, healthier, and more sustainable transportation system that generates economic benefits and allows people to spend less time in congestion. The draft SB1 program guidelines include changes to create more mobility opportunities for all Californians, especially those from underserved communities, to thrive in all aspects of life. We owe a huge deal of gratitude to each of our stakeholders, regional, local, state, nonprofit, industry, and public, who have participated in the workshops or who have made valuable suggestions to the program managers for consideration. I'd also like to thank a series of individuals on behalf of each of the SB1 programs who, without their efforts, the guidelines would not have made it to the current drafts we're presenting to commissioners today. I would like to thank our colleagues on the planning team here at the Commission, Laura Pennybaker, Sequoia Erasmus, and Bridget Driller in her prior role for their tireless effort working with us to better incorporate transportation equity into our programs and several other new information areas that we're capturing this cycle. I would like to thank the Commission's Equity Advisory Roundtable, and particularly Gerard Wright, Connie Stewart, and Naila Pope-Hardin for their support and feedback, which directly helped inform the equity supplement in the updates to evaluation criteria to better incorporate transportation equity. I would like to thank our interagency partners at Caltrans, the California Air Resources Board, and the Department of Housing and Community Development, who helped our team craft guidelines language that enhances the programs and the types of projects that will be funded. Specifically, that would be Angel Pyle with Caltrans, Josh Rosa with both his previous role at HCD and with CARB, Weston Starbird with HCD, and Pedro Peterson and Matthew Ong with CARB. And last, and probably I would say the most important, I want to thank the SB1 programming team who have worked so hard to update this round of program guidelines and conduct workshops in an entirely virtual environment. Specifically, that would be Hannah Walter, Naveen Habib, Christine Gordon, Anya Allenbacher, Bridget Driller, Kayla Giese, Teresa Mora, Celeste Aceves, Ken Lopez, Alicia Sequeira, and Leanne Badion. That is my whole team, and I'm incredibly proud of them and all of the work that they've put in to get to this point. We plan to bring final guidelines or final drafts of the guidelines to the August commission meeting, which will simultaneously initiate the call for projects for the upcoming cycle. Commissioners, that concludes my remarks, and I'd be happy to answer any questions before we get into individual program guideline updates.
Thank you, Tim. Oh, I mean, Matthew.
I had that covered. Actually, see, I think.
I believe we have someone in the audience that would like to speak. Kenneth Cow.
Good afternoon, commissioners. I'm Kenneth Cow with the Metropolitan Transportation Commission. I also wanted to add my appreciation and thanks to commission staff for all the hard work they did to develop these guidelines. I specifically wanted to highlight something that the SB1 team took a precedent from the ATP team, which is to hold office hours with potential applicants. I know those take a lot of time, but they really do provide a lot of great information for people that are interested in applying for these very important competitive funding programs. And I've heard from a number of my sponsors in the Bay Area that they found that to be very instructive. And again, I wanted to thank commission staff for all their hard work. So thank you.
Great. Thank you, Kenneth. Do we have anybody with public comment?
Yes, we do have public comment at this time. Up first, I'd like to call on Sandy Naranjo.
Hello, Chair and Commissioners. Sandy Naranjo, Policy Advocate for Climate Plan. And at Climate Plan, we again want to thank the Commission and staff for incorporating the equity guidelines and SB1. This corporation again unveils how serious CTC is willing to work on creating innovative solutions that will uplift our disadvantaged and marginalized communities who have suffered adverse impacts from poor transportation planning. Again, we thank you for the incorporation, and we look forward to creating those solutions with you all. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Have others?
Yes, up next we have Michael Woodman.
Thank you, Chair Eager and Commissioners. Mike Woodman, Executive Director of the Nevada County Transportation Commission. I want to thank the Commission for the inclusive and transparent process to update the TCEP and SECP guidelines. I especially appreciate in the TCEP program guidelines the consideration of climate resilience and adaptation benefits, and specifically the added benefits of freight improvement projects that also help to address evacuation efficiency. As you know, due to climate change and drought conditions, wildfire season in California is starting earlier, lasting longer, and we continue to see more numerous and larger and more devastating wildfires each year. Currently in Nevada County, CAL FIRE is battling the Rice's Fire, which is currently at 900 acres with zero containment. And I just encourage the CTC and Caltrans to continue to consider and prioritize evacuation improvements on priority evacuation routes and voice my support for the TCEP and SECP guidelines. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. And thank you for bringing up that important issue about our wildfires.
I see no other public comment at this time.
Do we have any commissioner comments? Yes. Chair.
Thank you, Chair Eager. I wanted to thank you all for your hard work, and I wanted to ask you, where does this put us where we are with CAPDI? Because I think I want to commend the commission for and commission staff for working with our equity roundtable and all these members as we are carrying out what we said we would carry out with CAPTI. Can you talk a little bit more about that?
Yes, absolutely. So if you're familiar with the CAPTI, there are several strategies and actions applied to each strategy. And then there's an agency lead for each of those strategies. And so each of the strategies with commission noted as the lead, which were all actions actually for the SB1 competitive programs, those marked as short term. So those would be from now to 2 years out. We have successfully implemented changes within our guidelines to support those strategies and actions. When it comes to those that are marked as medium range, which are 3 to 7 years, I believe there's a handful also that are noted as commission led, and we have already begun conversations on how to better incorporate how those strategies might fit into our program guidelines as well. There are several programs that the commission administers that are also noted in the CAPTI, not necessarily as being commission led, but I can assure you that my colleagues on the other programming team and on this team are working very closely with Caltrans and CalSTA, who are the two lead agencies, to ensure that we're tackling those strategies as well.
If I hear you right, we're ahead of schedule in many of these items, and that it's important that you're already taking on some of the medium term, because I think that really is notable for where we are as a commission and staff. I want to thank you for that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments, commissioners? Thank you, Matthew. Next, we have Paul with the Trade Corridor Enhancement Program.
Commissioners, tab 20 is an information item on the draft Trade Corridor Enhancement Program fund estimate, which will determine how much funding is available for the upcoming program cycle. And I will turn it to Keith Duncan from Caltrans to present this item.
Thank you very much, Paul. And again, good afternoon. Happy Wednesday. Madam Chair, Commissioners, Keith Duncan, Caltrans Division of Budgets, and I'll be able to provide you the draft 22 Trade Corridor Enhancement Program fund estimate. To begin, the fund estimate is basically a forecasting model. You take the revenue, projected revenue over the term of the fund estimate period, you subtract out the known commitments, and what's left, that's what you have for programming new projects. Trade Corridor Enhancement Program, the fund estimate is pretty, we'll call it pretty basic in that we know that there's state revenue that comes from the component of the diesel excise tax that's deposited in the Trade Corridor Enhancement account. That's the primary state funding source for the Trade Corridor Enhancement Program. And then we have the federal funding, and that identified from the National Highway Freight Program with the passage of the IIJA back in November. We know the known amounts of apportionments annually over the fund estimate period. So we do know the projected revenues from both the state and federal sources. And then we take the adjustments, and those are the known commitments for the current year of 22-23. This is the last year of the current cycle, so we know those known program projects. What's left, we have roughly a $17 million savings for the current year, and that will then roll over to the next cycle. And I didn't go forward quick enough, so we'll just kind of jump ahead. The table that's in front of you here is just a quick summary, roughly the numbers showing the state revenue and the federal revenue and the associated commitments in the base year, the 22-23. In total, over the next 2-year programming cycle, current estimates are about $1.07 billion of available funding for the TCEP. The next steps in the process, we will continue to work with CTC staff so we can work to finalize and move the final draft, the final estimate to you for the August meeting. We'll work with the Department of Finance for the latest revenue projections so we can ensure that we can maximize and identify all available state revenue that may be coming from the most recent projection information. We'll provide the final fund estimate presentation to you in August, and it's anticipated to occur concurrently with the adoption of the TCEP guidelines that has been worked on by Hannah and her amazing team. And with that, I'd like to offer my thanks to CTC staff, Caltrans Financial Programming, as well as Caltrans Budget Fund Estimate Management Team for everyone's help with this information, and I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Do you have any questions?
You should be an auctioneer. That would be nice.
Try to go quick. I know everyone's got time. I know there's a reception later too. Mr. Romano's trying to get quick.
I really
So I
appreciate
gotta
that.
keep on
We
trying to learn
appreciate,
from
that's a
others.
priority, party. Any questions? Yes, Commissioner Liu.
Madam Chair, Keith, didn't we just reach an agreement here that we wouldn't be collecting diesel excise taxes?
So the agreement is associated to the diesel sales tax. So in total, and that's part of the ongoing discussions, the current diesel sales tax is at 13%. And of that, roughly 4% of that total revenue, that's deposited in the general fund. So what's being waived for this year period, that part of the agreement, is that 4% of the diesel sales tax that would be.
Which would not affect our fund estimate here.
Correct.
Thank you for that clarification.
Oh, no. Thank you for the question. That we're getting that quite a bit. I mean, my phone rings regularly on that one.
Any others? Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Next up is Hannah, the draft 2022 Trade Quarter Enhancement Program guidelines.
Thank you, Commissioners. I'd like to present the draft 2022 Trade Corridor Guidelines for your consideration. These guidelines will set the policy for Cycle 3 and we'll bring you the final draft in August. The Cycle 3 program will cover 2 fiscal years with approximately $1 billion, as we just saw in the fund estimate, which is great. It's a little higher than we were expecting originally. During the development of the guidelines, staff held 23 office hours and those were received well. And I'd just like to thank Cherry Zamora and Ken Lopez, my staff, for all their work on the guidelines and for holding those office hour sessions. And I want to go over 4 of the main changes, more significant changes to the guidelines, and thank a couple people along the way. So the first one was the response to CAPDI strategy 1.4 to mainstream zero emission infrastructure in the guidelines. And we did that by adding an evaluation criteria that gives applicants more points for supporting zero emission infrastructure. And I'd like to thank Air Resources Board staff and California State Transportation Agency staff for their help in that language. And the second thing we did was update the regional corridor funding targets. They were based on 2004-2005 data, and we updated them to much more current data. And I'd like to thank the work group for all their help with that. The third thing we did was we added climate change resiliency and protection of natural and working lands language to the guidelines. For that, I'd really like to thank the Air Resources Board staff and Leah Fisher from Caltrans. They really helped us out in developing that language. And in response to the comment made earlier, which I appreciate, thank you, we're planning to have Cal OES come and give us a presentation at the August meeting on evacuation planning. And then fourth, the performance metrics guidebook. I'd really just like to thank a few people. It was such a big effort. I have a hard time articulating it. And a lot of people put in a lot of work to develop a calculation methodology for 15 different metrics that was easy to understand and use for all of our applicants. So I'd specifically like to thank Angel Pyle from Caltrans and also from Caltrans, Nick Compin, Andy Cook, Tui Nugan, and Gilberto Chambers, Yoon Ma from Santa Clara Valley Transportation Agency, Darren Conley from the Sacramento Area Council of Governments, and Steve Smith from San Bernardino County Transportation Agency. These people put a lot of work into the guidebook. Also Highlands Consulting and everyone who helped out. And that concludes my remarks, and I can answer any questions people might have.
Great. Thank you, Hannah. I think every time someone gets up to talk and they thank someone for doing something, you're on that list. So I'm not sure exactly what you do, but I think it's everything from what I understand. So thank you for this. I appreciate it. I understand we have Sophia wanting to make a comment from the Coalition from Clean Air. Thank you for coming.
Thank you. Dear Commissioners and CTC staff, my name is Sophia Afikoa. I'm the policy advocate with the Coalition for Clean Air. We would like to thank the CTC staff for the work in developing the 2022 TCEP guidelines and for the improvements since their last cycle. We and our allies are especially pleased to see the addition of important evaluation criteria to the program, such as zero emission infrastructure, climate resiliency, community engagement, natural working lands, and accessibility. While the current draft of the guidelines is an important step in the right direction, we ask for a couple of clarifications to be included in the final version. First, we'd like to request the CTC to provide details of how the public health criteria will be considered and scored. Unlike other criteria, the current version of the guidelines provides no information on what type of public health data TCEP applicants will be required to submit and how that information will be used to determine whether projects are funded. We ask that CTC include that information in the final version of the guidelines and ensure that no projects funded by TCEP will harm our communities, especially those located within areas of low air quality. We also ask that TCEP guidelines consider VMT impacts when evaluating projects. As air pollution sickens and kills thousands of Californians and climate change impacts cause drought and wildfires in California, reducing VMT across the state will help decrease the air pollution and greenhouse gas emissions. VMT reduction can also decrease the congestion on the roads by freeing up space as drivers switch from using cars to other modes of transportation, such as transit, biking, and walking. The recently released SB 150 report has found that VMT per capita has continued to increase, and the AB 285 report states that only 2% of current transportation funding is in alignment with the state's priorities. The TCEP program especially generates a great amount of VMT due to the requirement to fund projects that increase freight throughput, which tends to increase highway capacity. We ask that the TCEP program considers its role in helping California achieve its targets under SB 32 and SB 375 by adding evaluation criteria that increases the scores of VMT reducing projects and requiring that VMT increasing projects mitigate their impacts on the transportation system. We thank you for this opportunity to comment and urge the CTC to ensure that TCEP is not used to fund projects that will significantly increase VMT and air pollution emissions, especially within vulnerable communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Sophia.
Quick question, Sophia. Quick question. What is it really like to work with Dr. Joseph Liu on a daily basis?
I just started in May, but it's been great so far.
Okay, great.
That's
Good
the
answer. Good answer. Good answer. Yeah.
That will account for your performance review. In all honesty, though, thank you for the huge emphasis on clean air. I think sometimes we forget bad air quality is the direct cause of death for 1 out of every 5 people on the planet. And I think we forget that sometimes as we look at other global issues of great import.
Thank you. Do we have any public comment online?
Yes, we do have virtual public comment at this time. We have attendees with their hand raised. We also received one written comment from Will Barrett with the American Lung Association. They write, I want to thank the staff for your attention to health protective updates and the guidelines. We encourage changes like this in the past TCEP and other guideline development processes and think these are moving in the right direction. I'll note the importance of including zero emission vehicle fueling infrastructure, adding language on public health protection, pollution reduction, and climate preparedness, and demonstration of community engagement and support. We look forward to continued engagement and encourage the staff to coordinate with the State Department of Public Health's Office of Climate Change and Health Equity for any more detail or resources that could be included to further advance these goals. That concludes that comment. We do have 2 attendees with their hand raised at this time. First, I'd like to call upon Joseph Sullivan.
Are you there, Joseph?
Joseph, you are unmuted and free to comment.
Can you hear me now? Okay.
Yes.
Well, first of all, Hannah, thank you for that wonderful presentation, and I appreciate all the work you and your team are putting into the TCEP. I especially appreciate the increased coordination with the CAPDI. I think that's very important, and strongly support the recommendations you've made. I know you're finalizing this in August, but I'd like to propose one additional potential adoption or change to it. Similar to what the California Energy Commission have done and the California Air Resources Board and the California Public Utilities Commission have done as part of California Public Utilities Code 740.20. Let me back up. I work for the IBEW Local 11 and National Electrical Contractors Association of Greater Los Angeles. We strongly encourage the adoption of the requirement of Electrical Vehicle Infrastructure Training Program, or EVITP, approved contractors for the construction and installation of all charging infrastructure funded through the TSEP program. There are numerous other precedents that require EVITP. It's a 20-hour training program and exam available to all state certified electricians. It was developed through input from the EV industry, and it emphasizes safety and correct installations. But not only that, it ensures safety and quality? It ensures that there's a workforce training and a dedicated EV workforce. I'm happy to be at your service to answer any questions at any time. And those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have others?
Yes, I do see one more at this time. Up next, we have Sandy Naranjo.
Hello, Chair, Commissioners, Sandy Naranjo with Climate Plan, and I just want to associate my comments with Sophia from Coalition for Clean Air. I do want to thank the CTC on incorporating new language in the guidelines that encourages ZEV, infrastructure, public health, and community engagement. At Climate Plan, we believe in building a healthier and sustainable California, and that means that the TSEP guidelines should ensure that projects funded should not increase VMT and air pollutants, especially in disadvantaged communities. We hope that you consider on incorporating the request made by Sophia from Coalition for Clean Air by having a public health criteria and consideration of VMT impacts. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Is that the last one?
I see no other public comment at this time.
Thank you. And I think of Commissioner Norton, you wanted to speak?
Yes, Hannah, I just wanted to follow up on the TSEP and the opportunity to have the charging stations along freeways, where we are and what we can do. You heard Vince Romano talk about how we want to try to get to yes, but you've been doing a lot of work with this and 671. So can you talk a little bit about how we speed up our ability to get zero emissions fuel and reduce the emissions of our trucks?
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Norton. And that's a two-part answer. So the first part is that we are looking at how to speed up creating that infrastructure. And I can talk more about this too in August, but we know that based on there's going to be a lot, if you look at the ratio of zero emission trucks compared to infrastructure, it's not a good ratio. There's hardly any infrastructure. So some things that we think we may be able to do to speed that up is permitting and CEQA take a while, especially if you're putting in electric charging and it requires infrastructure upgrades. So some of the things that we may be recommending are things like potentially a categorical exemption for those types of projects, streamlining local permitting, and making sure that the estimates for energy use are included in the ISO's 20-year plan and in our state energy demand forecast that the CEC puts out, because those are what allow the energy companies to work more proactively on creating that infrastructure. And creating that infrastructure is some of the things that can take the most time. So those are some of the things that we've kind of discussed as a work group about how to speed up the process of building them. And then I also have some great work being done by Kelsey Stoddard with the Army Corps of Engineers Engineer Research and Development Center, who has developed an optimization strategy for identifying optimal locations for hydrogen stations. And so she's actually starting to work with the CEC on that. And the CEC has also modeled optimal locations for electric infrastructure. This is all for freight. So we are working on that. And then I just got a really great rundown of all the federal rules related to rest stops from Caltrans. It's 44 pages and I'm working on consolidating it to more of a summary. But it really lays out not only what rules are prohibiting commercial like charging for commercial services that would allow us to partner with private entities at rest stops, but also like past things that have happened that kind of inform where we are now. So I can share that with you once I've summarized it.
That'd be great. Thank you so much, Hannah.
Commissioner Martinez?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I want to thank the public for commenting and thank staff, but on one specific item that I think that they keep referencing, which is public health. Right, and I want to give you all a quote that I've learned from my wellness coaching as I'm going through that training, and a doctor said this, and I think we all have the ability to make change to our environment. He used the analogy of a gun. Obviously, it's not the right one to use at this time, but I think it's imperative that I mention it. He says that our genes load the gun, but our environment pulls the trigger. That's a very powerful quote. And we have the ability to change our environment, whether it's through our air quality, whether it's through changing the way we look at transportation, and public health plays an imperative role, and including mental health as we're having this conversation. But I wanted to ask in regards to the examples of community engagement and strategies as we move towards utilizing what we are encompassing within CAPTI and equity. It's important for us to figure out how do we truly engage folks. And this is something else that I think is very important. Engaging the community doesn't mean putting out an announcement. Engaging the community is by invitation. And that means when you're personally inviting or we're working with a nonprofit, we're actually communicating. We're not sending something via social media or we reach 50 people or we sent out 100 emails and we jot that down as community engagement. That is not community engagement. If we really want to have meaningful connections, buy-in from folks and stakeholders, we got to make sure that we're inviting them and that we create spaces for them to be authentic, for them to come in and speak truth to their power based in their community, the impacts that they're facing in regards to transportation. We did a really good job when we were going through the equity roundtable discussions and these listening sessions. We need to do more of that. It needs to be smaller, I believe, right? When you have 50, 60 people on a Zoom, it's very difficult to engage people that way. People don't feel connected. People feel like they're being dismissed because they don't have enough time. There's an agenda. So if we really want to talk about equity, we really want to talk about real community engagement, it starts with the invitation and ensuring that people have the opportunity to provide their input in a meaningful way. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Martinez. Yes, Commissioner Liu?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to start by, I have a few things I need to go through, but when it comes to what you were saying, Hannah, about optimizing hydrogen fueling station locations, I'm glad you're coordinating with the California Energy Commission because they have a solicitation that is due like this week or something, I think, for hydrogen fueling stations. So they should be making decisions pretty soon about where these fueling stations are going to go and which projects are being awarded. So please, this is something I can't wait on that process and making sure that they're making the best informed decisions. I also kind of, based on what was said earlier, would like to agree with Joe Sullivan about making sure that if we're putting these EV charging stations in for medium and heavy duty trucks and buses and things, that they get installed correctly by trained people. Obviously, another thing that's really important. And thank you for all the work in improving the guidelines. I think you've heard collectively from everyone that there are been a lot of improvements that I think we all recognize. There is, however, one thing I'm concerned about, and that's that I think we might be artificially restricting funding to port and rail projects. And there are two sentences that have been added to page 9. I know you're aware of them. It says all port and rail projects that are privately owned must be federalized in order to be eligible for funding. If consistent with state law, the commission may choose to program state funds to a federalized port or rail project that is privately owned. Now I'm going to give you two reasons or two stories to explain my concerns about this limitation on the use of our TSEP funds. The first is one I call the many steps of Jesse Marquez. I don't know if you guys know Jesse or not. He's a port advocate, port and freight transportation advocate who grew up in Wilmington. He's an environmental justice advocate. He has an organization called Coalition for a Safe Future, Safe Environment. And Jesse went to a national environmental justice conference one time. And they said, okay, let's take do an activity to show how bad the issues are in your community. Everyone line up and take one step forward if you have a refinery in your community. Take another step forward if you have a power plant in your community. Take another step forward if you have pesticides in your community. Take another step forward if you have a port in your community. Take another step forward if you have a rail yard in your community. Next thing you know, Jesse is standing out there all by himself at a conference of environmental justice advocates because there are so many pollution sources in his community at the San Pedro Bay ports. That's the extent of the environmental justice problem, and that is a public health problem. More people die each year in California from breathing polluted air than are murdered. We have to keep that in mind. The second story is that at the ports, there is a short haul rail line, the San Pedro Bay ports, the Pacific Harbor line. They know that they have to get to zero emission locomotives. They move these trains, they build these trains, they go on the long haul tracks. They're putting everything together. It's not an easy job. They have a lot of locomotives that they need to be cleaned up, but they're actually taking the initiative of doing it, and with their own dime went out and got a zero emission locomotive to pilot. They didn't ask us for money, they didn't ask anyone for money. They just did it, which showed a commitment of trying to get there. But now, if these two sentences go in these guidelines, my understanding from what Mitch told me, to federalize them, they're going to have to not only do CEQA on these projects, but NEPA too. And it's going to make it much harder for the people at Pacific Harbor Line to get the money they need to do what they want to do. And that is to have a zero emission locomotive short haul system in that community where Jesse lives. So if at all possible, and I know you guys are still looking at this, if those two sentences can come out by August, I'd be a lot happier for the equity reasons, the public health reasons, and the fact that these projects at these ports and at these rail projects need to be funded. Regardless, I'm asking staff to keep me updated and informed of how this process is going so that I'm not surprised by any decisions about this. Thank you.
Yeah, and I'd be happy to speak to that real quick. So there are a couple of issues that are underlying this, and this is similar to language we have in other programs guidelines that have federal funds. So in the STIP, we require projects to be federalized. In the SHOP, we require projects to be federalized. In the Active Transportation Program, we require projects to be federalized. And oftentimes there's a dollar limit. You know, projects above a certain dollar amount have to be federalized. And this is to ensure that we don't lose federal funds as a state, and so that we have the projects that can use those federal funds. The Trade Corridor Program is made more complicated by both federal and state limits on uses of funds for the type of projects. Because I think we would all agree that what we would really like to do is fund the best projects regardless of mode. And unfortunately, we have some statutory restrictions on that, but we can definitely look into, is there some way we can ensure we have flexibility? I mean, particularly for small dollar projects, that's where it's you know, we end up having a greater percentage cost to federalize.
Mitch, my concern is that this is being applied to port and rail projects. That's one of the concerns. And it also that this language is being added to the guidelines. It's not as if it's been in the guidelines before. So we don't need to debate it now. I think we disagree on this. Just keep me informed of how it's going.
I'm sure they will.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Do you, Chair Eager, do you mind if I say something really quick in response to the public health comment?
Go ahead.
Okay. First of all, Commissioner Martinez, I just wanted to say that I really want to do what you're saying about engagement. And I know that all of my colleagues do too. So we are really trying to think about what is the best way to hear from everyone who we need to hear from. I know we're all really trying to do that, but I appreciate your comments because it is difficult and we don't always have, we're still learning about the best way to do that. But also with public health specifically, the University of San Diego and Dr. Appleyard, we funded some research for them to do public health work for us to see how we could best incorporate public health into our guidelines. And they did a great job on that research. We just still need a little more time to think through how to present it, because there's some ways that we're already quantifying that in the guidelines, like through the air quality performance metric, where we ask people to tell us how much emissions will be saved or created over the next 20 years with the project. And then we also ask questions in the accessibility language about impacts on the communities surrounding the project and things like that, and if it will increase walkability and bikeability and things like that. So we are capturing it in some ways already, and we're just trying to make sure that we do it in the most useful manner for the applicants, so we're not like re-asking them for the same information in different ways, but we're trying to just ask for it once and then see what else we could add in. But we just needed more time to think that through, and so that's why we didn't put something that specifically says like public health, but we do want to go there. We just need to think about it more.
Thank you, Hannah. Any other questions for Hannah? Okay, thank you so much. Now we have Naveen, the draft 2020 Solutions for Congestion Corridors Program Guidelines.
Commissioners, this is TAP 22, and I'm presenting the draft 2022 Solutions for Congested Corridors Program Guidelines. Before I dive into the draft guidelines, I will share a quick refresher about this competitive program, which was established in 2017's landmark legislation, Senate Bill 1. $250 million are appropriated annually from the state highway account to provide funding to regional transportation planning agencies, county transportation commissions, and the California Department of Transportation to reduce congestion throughout the state. The program is currently on its second cycle, covering fiscal years 2021-22 to 2022-23, with 7 projects programmed for $500 million in funding. The 2022 Solutions for Congested Corridors program represents the third cycle of this program. It will provide 2 years of funding in fiscal years 2023-24 and 2024-25 for a total of $500 million. Pursuant to Senate Bill 1, 30 days before adoption, the Commission is required to provide the proposed guidelines to the Joint Legislative Budget Committee and the Transportation Policy Committees in the state legislature. Therefore, we plan to submit the draft guidelines to the required legislative committees by July 14, 2022. In addition, Senate Bill 1 requires the Commission to conduct at least 1 public hearing in Northern California and 1 public hearing in Southern California to provide an opportunity for public comment. We plan to host a virtual hearing for Southern California on Wednesday, August 10, 2022. Registration information about this hearing will be made available on the Commission's website in coming weeks. The 2022 program underwent an extensive guidelines development process. We, the California Transportation Commission staff, planned and hosted 7 public workshops to solicit input from various stakeholders, which included local, regional, and state agencies, private industries, non-governmental organizations, and general members of the public. These draft guidelines describe the policy standards and procedures for the development, adoption, and management of the Solutions for Congested Corridors program. And they also address statutory requirements, incorporate stakeholder input, and include commission procedures for programming and project delivery. Since the inception of the program, the Solutions for Congested Corridors program guidelines have continued to evolve to address state policy goals. The 2022 program guidelines are no different. We collaborated with stakeholders to develop and incorporate the following key policy changes and updates in these draft guidelines. We have elevated community engagement as an evaluation criterion used to determine project selection and added a new supplement, the SB1 Competitive Programs Transportation Equity Supplement, which provides community engagement and anti-displacement guidance, resources, and best practices to consider equity throughout the project nomination and selection process. We have expanded the consideration of climate impacts to incorporate key strategies from the Climate Action Plan for Transportation Infrastructure, also referred to as CAPTI. Specifically, we have incorporated Strategy 1.1 to prioritize multimodal and active transportation solutions, enabling travelers to opt out of congestion. This change was incorporated into Part 4, Section 17.1 under Congestion Evaluation Criteria on page 12 of the draft guidelines. Next is Strategy 1.2 to require projects to be included in comprehensive multimodal corridor plans, also referred to as CMCP. Senate Bill 1 requires all projects nominated for Solutions for Congested Corridors program funding to be included in a comprehensive multimodal corridor plan, prepared in accordance with the Commission's Comprehensive Multimodal Corridor Plan guidelines adopted in December 2018. In previous cycles, the Commission was flexible and allowed applicants to submit existing plans if they were consistent with the Commission's guidelines. This provided applicants time to transition to prepare new comprehensive multimodal corridor plans to comply with SB1 and now CAPTI Strategy 1.2. This change was incorporated into Part 3, Section 10 on page 8 of the draft guidelines. And lastly, Strategy 7.1 was incorporated to integrate pro-housing principles into the program guidelines. Commission staff collaborated with the California Department of Housing and Community Development to incorporate the pro-housing designation program to elevate and offer an additional option to meet the existing efficient land use evaluation criterion. This change is incorporated into Part 4, Section 17.2.6 on page 14 of the draft guidelines. We also scheduled and hosted 18 virtual office hours sessions where we met with various applicant agencies one-on-one to address their unique project-related questions and offer technical assistance and guidance as they develop their applications for the 2022 program. We also hosted one 2-hour-long open hours session where we addressed various general and technical inquiries about the 2022 program and the nomination process in a public workshop format. We received positive feedback for our efforts, and we plan to continue to host similar sessions in the future. This presentation is the culmination of over 12 months of meetings, workshops, work groups, and office hours where Commission staff collaborated with various stakeholders to responsibly prepare the Cycle 3 guidelines. I would like to personally thank all Commission staff, especially the entire SB1 programs team and the planning team for sharing their expertise, lending support, and providing guidance throughout this process. Additionally, I would like to thank all our stakeholders and their respective staff at the California Department of Housing and Community Development and the California Air Resources Board for providing their expertise and input during the guidelines development process. Before I close my comments, I would also like to add that this is the culmination of my first year with the Commission as the manager of the Solutions for Congested Corridors program. It has been a great year for me. I'm really happy to be a part of the Commission, but lastly, but not the least, I would really especially like to thank our fearless team leader, Matthew Yoscott, for his unwavering commitment to our team and programs, or for responding to my endless stream of questions along the way with the utmost patience and kindness. Thank you very much. This concludes my remarks, and I will now respond to any questions you may have.
Thank you, Naveen, and we're glad to have you. And we know Matthew is a wonderful boss and mentor. Contrary to what I had said before, he's really good.
I didn't ask her to say that.
Yeah.
There's no incentive in it. I appreciate that, Naveen.
So I know we have one person in the audience that would like to speak, Sarkis Kachek from Santa Barbara CAG.
Thank you, Chair Eager, Commissioners, and Executive Director Weiss. Sarkis Kachuk with the Santa Barbara County Association of Governments. I also wanted to extend our appreciation to CTC staff for the development of the guidelines. 23 workshops is a lot, and they put together like a 1,000-piece puzzle with like in-laws and cousins and aunts and everybody. So it's a big deal. So thank you for all your collaboration and transparency with the process. This was a big cycle because it includes priorities and goals included in CapDive. And so we'd like to also commend staff for the excellent work with doing that. I'm here to express support for the draft guidelines presented today, for all the programs presented, but especially for solutions for congested corridors. There were two sections I want to express appreciation for. One is that on the Commission's intent to fund at least one project in a county with population less than 500,000. Believe it or not, areas with population less than 500,000 do have congestion. So this funding is critical for us, especially with our smaller amount of annual formula funding. Having these opportunities is really important for us to fund transformative projects. And then the second is support for Section 13 as a priority for completion of corridors. You really don't get the bang for your buck until you actually finish a corridor. And so we'd like to express our support for that remaining in the guidelines. SB 1 was a game changer for California and especially for regions like our size. So we just wanted to say thank you for what the Commission does, especially as a funding partner. SBCAG in partnership with Caltrans is using Cycle 1 funding to deliver on our Santa Barbara US 101 corridor. Really to provide options outside of driving by yourself. So that includes rail, transit, and bike ped projects. So we're thankful for that. And in conclusion, we look forward to applying for this cycle to complete our corridor. And we'd like to thank you for all your work. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Do we have any people that are calling in?
We have no virtual attendees looking to comment at this time, no.
Great. We have any comments from commissioners? Okay, Commissioner Grisby.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to staff for great work on this project. Question is really about the economic development portion and whether or not you've been surprised or impressed by the applicants when they talk about regional competitiveness. It's something that I'm very interested in hearing how those applicants have been responding to that part so far. And I have a follow-up. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner, for the question. The application process isn't open yet, but we only made a slight change to this particular criteria to incorporate equity-based language that I mentioned earlier. During our workshops, we had people respond positively to the addition. We added in specifically a question about how does the project support economic development and improve access to employment for disadvantaged or historically impacted and marginalized communities. Everyone kind of appreciated the transparency and the extra piece incorporating equity into the guidelines. We don't know how that's performed yet. I will defer to Matthew to maybe talk about how it was received during the 2020 application process, if he is able to comment right now.
Yeah, thank you, Naveen, and thank you for the question, Commissioner Grisby. So as Naveen mentioned, I did manage the Congested Corridors program in the second cycle, so the 2020, and can certainly say that regional competitiveness is something that's very important and reflected amongst potential applicants and was considered. One project that kind of stands out is the you'll have to forgive me, I believe it's the West Valley Connector. It's a bus rapid transit project in San Bernardino County. This was a major congestion relief project along Interstate 10 that really allowed that region to get from point A to point B without getting in a car, without being a single occupancy motor vehicle. Because we know that there's a huge population in the Inland Empire that does have to make their way maybe to the downtown Los Angeles area for a place of work, but then go back to the Inland Empire for a place to reside. So that project in particular, didn't necessarily, we quantify economic benefit through the dollars that are invested, so the jobs that are created directly from the grant funding, but we also look at how it's going to vitalize the community where the project will exist. So that project in particular, there are several others, but that's just the first that comes to mind, allowed residents of the area to quickly get to MetroLink, to get to their place of work more efficiently and easier. So that was an element that was that we have seen in other projects, like the Santa Cruz multimodal corridor on Highway 1 comes to mind as well. These are areas where there's significant congestion and people are trying to get from point A to point B so they can get to work, so they can get to where they have to buy goods or seek important services like health and education. So yeah, it definitely comes through, and I'm pleased that it's being considered again, and Naveen has taken a very close look at that criteria, and I think that she has suggested some changes to strengthen it.
Great, that's great. For a long time, I've done a lot of research and actually asked others to do research as well on how to maintain industries that are at risk of being poached by other states, and that's one of the that's one of the areas I'm. Yeah, exactly. And we call them tradable sectors. These are sectors like ag or high tech that actually bring in wealth to a community. We want to make sure we don't lose those. So I like to share some research that I've found over the years that might be helpful in that area, just to make sure that those investments help us keep those industries here. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Grisby. And we have had those conversations about how do we keep track of the indirect benefits of transportation on communities and business. And so I know you've done a lot of work on that, so we appreciate if you could share that with all of us. Thank you. Any other questions for Naveen? Okay, thank you. Bridget will now give us a presentation on the draft 2020 Local Partnership Competitive Program Guidelines.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. It's nice to be with you virtually. Tab 23 is an informational item to present the draft 2022 Local Partnership Competitive Program Guidelines. The Local Partnership Program provides funding to counties, cities, districts, and regional transportation agencies in which voters have approved fees, tolls, or taxes dedicated solely to transportation improvements, or that have imposed fees dedicated solely to transportation improvements. Funding for the Local Partnership Program is divided into two programs, 40% for the competitive program and 60% for the formulaic program. This item will focus on the competitive program, and the next item on the agenda will cover the formulaic program. The 2022 Local Partnership Competitive Program represents the third cycle of the competitive program and will include 2 years of programming with $144 million. The competitive program draft guidelines were prepared by Commission staff in consultation with Caltrans, the Commission's Equity Advisory Roundtable, the California Air Resources Board, the California Department of Housing and Community Development, regional transportation planning agencies, local agencies, and other public stakeholders. Following the initial Senate Bill 1 Programs Kickoff Workshop in August 2021, the Commission held 7 public workshops to solicit stakeholder input and inform the 2022 Local Partnership Program Guidelines. On average, there were between 50 and 80 attendees at each workshop, and most attendees represented regional and local agencies. New to this cycle, Commission staff hosted 17 virtual office hour sessions for the Local Partnership Competitive Program from February to April 2022. where staff provided technical assistance to applicants who wanted to discuss their project nominations. As a direct result of these sessions, 4 new agencies have been working with Commission staff to verify program eligibility for the competitive program. Next, I would like to briefly highlight some of the proposed changes to the 2022 Local Partnership Competitive Program Guidelines. First, staff proposes to separate the competitive and formulaic guidelines. The guidelines were combined in previous cycles, but we believe that separating them will make it easier for agencies to understand the nuances of each program. Staff is proposing a number of updates to the competitive program to support implementation of the Commission's racial equity statement, as well as the California State Transportation Agency's Climate Action Plan for Transportation Infrastructure, also known as CAPTI. Similar to the Trade Corridor Enhancement Program and the Solutions for Congested Corridors Program, staff is proposing to add new guidance materials to the Local Partnership Competitive Program Guidelines, including the SB1 Competitive Programs Transportation Equity Supplement, the Technical Performance Measurement Methodology Guidebook, and the Request for Information on Climate Change Resilience and Adaptation, and the Protection of Natural and Working Land. Next, staff is proposing changes to matching requirements for the Local Partnership Program to make it easier for smaller jurisdictions to bring forward projects for funding. In the 2020 Local Partnership Program Guidelines, applicants that generate annual revenues of $100,000 or less are only required to provide a 25% match instead of the 50% match that is required for other applicants. For the 2022 Local Partnership Program, staff proposes that the $100,000 cap is increased to $2 million to allow more small jurisdictions to better leverage their local funds. The final proposed change I'd like to mention relates to incentivizing transportation projects that support infill housing production. Commission staff worked with staff from the California Department of Housing and Community Development to incorporate information on the state's pro-housing designation program into the evaluation criterion for transportation, land use, and housing. Before I conclude my presentation, I would like to thank our partners and stakeholders who participated in workshops and provided feedback on the development of the draft guidelines. In particular, I would like to thank Josh Rosa, formerly with HCD and currently with the California Air Resources Board, for his assistance with developing new language related to the state's pro-housing designation program. Not only did Josh assist with the development of new language for the guidelines, but he also presented that topic at a workshop. Lastly, I would be remiss to not thank Christine Gordon, who served as the Local Partnership Program Manager throughout the workshop process and the guidelines update process. As you may know, Christine accepted a promotional opportunity at the State Water Resources Control Board last month. We are incredibly proud of her and will miss her dearly. And with that, I would be happy to take any questions or comments.
Thank you. Do we have any public comment?
We do not have any public comment at this time.
Commissioners, any questions or comments? Yes, Commissioner Grisby.
So I kind of have a broad question here. What kind of statutory authority do we have to deal with jurisdictions that are not taking RENA seriously?
Statutory authority for jurisdictions that are not taking RENA seriously. I am not sure if the commission has any direct statutory authority, but I would maybe ask Mitch if he has a different interpretation.
No, I do not.
But what I can say is that what I can say is that we do work very closely with HCD and CARB on the regional transportation planning process. And as you may have noticed, we have been incorporating into our SB1 program guidelines more references to RTPs and sustainable community strategies. So that is kind of the nexus that we have at CTC with our funding program.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you, Bridget.
Thank you.
Anya, now you're going to move on to the formulaic program.
That's right. Thank you, Chair. Tab 24 is an information item to present the draft 2022 Local Partnership Formulaic Program Guidelines. As noted by Bridget under tab 23, the Local Partnership Program is divided into two programs, the competitive and formulaic programs. This item will focus on the formulaic program, which provides funding to counties, cities, districts, and regional transportation agencies in which voters have approved fees, tolls, or taxes dedicated solely to transportation improvements. The 2022 Local Partnership Formulaic Program represents the fourth cycle of the program and will include 2 years of programming with $216 million available. The formulaic program draft guidelines were prepared by Commission staff in consultation with Caltrans, the Commission's Equity Advisory Roundtable, the California Air Resources Board, the California Department of Housing and Community Development, regional transportation planning agencies, local agencies, and other public stakeholders. To inform the formulaic program guidelines, the Commission held 7 public workshops and to solicit stakeholder input. Each workshop concentrated on various topics, and some of the workshop discussions focused on the formulaic program while others focused on the competitive program. On average, there were between 50 and 80 attendees at each workshop, and most attendees represented regional and local agencies. I will now briefly highlight some of the proposed changes to the 2022 formulaic program guidelines. Staff is proposing several updates to the guidelines to clarify and streamline the language. Additionally, as highlighted in the previous presentation, staff is proposing to add the Technical Performance Measurement Methodology Guidebook as a tool that applicants can use to complete the performance metrics section of the project nomination. The formulaic program has the same matching requirements as the competitive program, and so staff is proposing to make the same changes to the matching requirements that Bridget outlined in her presentation. Specifically, staff proposes that applicants that generate annual revenues of $2 million or less will be required to provide a 25% match, and taxing authorities that generate more than $2 million annually will still be required to provide the 50% match. Next, staff is proposing to update 2 policies in response to stakeholder requests. Staff proposes to update the supplemental funding policy to allow taxing authorities to nominate projects programmed in the current cycle for supplemental funding. The existing policy requires that projects must be programmed in a previous cycle to be eligible for the supplemental funding, and many taxing authorities were not able to program supplemental funds under this current policy. The second policy that stakeholders requested changes to is the project cost savings policy. The formulaic program allows taxing authorities to claim the cost savings and use them on other projects. In addition to clarifying the policy language, staff is proposing to require taxing authorities to reprogram the return project cost savings within 12 months of the Commission action to deprogram them. The final proposed change I'd like to highlight is the addition of a simplified project nomination form that an applicant can use to request supplemental funding. Applicants that request additional funding for a program project should not need to resubmit the entire project nomination. Before concluding my presentation, I would like to also thank our partners and stakeholders who participated in the workshops and provided feedback on the development of these draft guidelines. In particular, I would like to thank Christine Gordon, who served as the local partnership program manager and guided many of the formulaic program updates included in these draft guidelines. I would also like to thank Kayla Giese, who is the program analyst for the local partnership program, and her support for both the competitive and formulaic program has just been integral in helping us to put together the draft guidelines. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Do we have any comments from commissioners? Do we have any public comment?
No public comment at this time.
Okay, well, thank you, Anya. If we will move on to informational calendar, Gertej.
Thank you, Chair Eager. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Tabs 25 through 39 are information items that have been reviewed and found to have no issues raised by Commission staff. Therefore, individual items will not be presented unless specifically requested by a Commissioner. If there are no questions or comments, that will conclude the presentation of the information calendar.
Oh, wow, that was too easy, right?
I like the easy one.
Does anybody have any questions? No, shoot. Okay, well, I guess we're gonna move on then. We will move on to tab 40.
Commissioners, tabs 40 through 54 are action items listed as part of the consent calendar. Please note the change to tab 45 and the withdrawal of tab 52 prior to today's meeting. If there are no changes on any, if there are no questions on any of the items from the consent calendar, then staff recommends approval of tabs 40 through 54.
Second.
That was Commissioner Liu and Vice Chair Gardino. Do we have any public comment?
No public comment at this time.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Oh, I need a roll call vote on 45 for the resolution of necessity.
No, we have enough. Good.
Okay.
I just wondered
Oh.
whether we needed a roll call vote. Eight ayes.
We're good. We're good.
We have 8 people.
Everybody said aye. Yeah.
Okay.
We've already handled it.
We want to move to,
That's just go with Dave.
okay, we will move to item 81.
80.
Oh, 80. They're here?
I believe so.
Yes, in the back.
Oh, okay. Gutierrez, we will move to 80.
Thank you. Commissioners, tab 80 is an action item for the relinquishment of Route 710 in Los Angeles County, commonly referred to as the 710 North Stub. The 710 North Stub land between Columbia Street and Union Street is being proposed for relinquishment to the city of Pasadena. As part of the relinquishment, Caltrans is proposing to allocate SHOP funds for the construction phase in the amount of $5 million as a financial contribution to the city of Pasadena, which will be taken under tab 81. Staff coordinated with Caltrans to come to an agreement on the final relinquishment resolution language, which is seen in its entirety in the pink handout for this book item. Part of the agreed resolution language is related to an annual reporting requirement, which will have Caltrans report to the commission at each June commission meeting. The report will provide information and updates, including but not limited to the status of any repurposing efforts, engagement with nearby communities on potential uses of the properties, coordination efforts between Caltrans, FHWA, and the city of Pasadena, and the status of roadway improvements that are proposed as part of the $5 million financial contribution. CTC staff would like to express appreciation to Caltrans, FHWA, and the city of Pasadena for their collaboration and coordination in facilitating the relinquishment process to ultimately bring success for all parties. So in conclusion, staff recommends approval of this item.
Thank you, and I understand we have public comment. Senator? I'm sorry, I didn't see you in the back. Okay, yes, of course.
Thank you, Senator. Madam Chair, Commissioners, Mr. Secretary, Director Tavares, I am Victor Roldo. I'm the mayor of Pasadena, and I have the tremendous honor and privilege of serving as mayor. And I want to thank all of you for the opportunity to address you. The issue now before you, as you all know, has taken quite some time. And I'd like to note the momentous and historic moment, not just for the city of Pasadena and residents of Pasadena, but really for the entire state of California. This begins a very important step in reimagining a very historic part of California, not just the city of Pasadena. And so as we look forward to the future of mobility, as we look forward to reconnecting an important part of California, the city of Pasadena, I'd like to thank all of you and recognize that this relinquishment agreement before you is the result of Caltrans and the great partnership and the tone, Director Tavares, that you set. And I'd like to thank you for that on behalf of residents of Pasadena. Thank you, all of Caltrans, for the tone and the partnership that has brought us here today. The collaborative approach set by Director Tavares, I believe, will serve all of California well as other communities address similar issues. I'd like to also thank Director Tavares' team, especially all of the team, because believe me, I know there are many, for their collaborative approach and diligence in getting us here, particularly David Iga and John Lee and Blanca Rodriguez for their dedication and focus to get us here. Chair Emeritus Norton, we go way back, and I'd like to thank you personally for your vision, guidance, and leadership. And of course, thank you, Senator Portantino, for SB 7 that allowed us to get to this point, that allowed the city and the state to move forward. Madam Chair, thank you for your work and efforts ensuring and collaborating that we got to this point. And it allows Pasadena to move forward, and again, allows the state to move forward. As mayor of Pasadena, on behalf of all residents of Pasadena, I commit to you that Pasadena and its residents will continue to work in a collaborative effort as we together look towards the future of mobility, as we together look to reimagine this very important part of Pasadena and the state of California. On behalf of all residents, I thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. It's amazing what people can do when they come together for a vision, isn't it?
That's right.
I know this has been a long time coming, so congratulations to you all.
Thank you, and thank all of you. And I forgot to ask for your vote, so I ask for your vote and support.
I think we got that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator?
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the commission, the secretary, and Director Tavares. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on the relinquishment of the 710. Before I begin, I want to congratulate Tony on your new position. I don't know if do I offer you condolences or congratulations. You know, the problems get bigger because it's a big state, but I know just you're up to the job and really look forward to your tenure at the head of Caltrans. And certainly you've left a legacy in District 7, as you have in all of the districts that you've been around. So congratulations, my friend. And I love your first name. The mayor and many of folks, you know, this has been only 60 years in the making. None of you are even old enough. Maybe Tony and I are the only ones. This has been 60 years in the making. And Victor, probably from your first day on the city council to now through mayor, it's been a project that you've been involved with. And so it really is exciting to see, as you mentioned, Madam Chair, a vision coming to play to just reimagine the stub. And so, you know, I'm just excited. And Haley, I think the first time we met, 20 years ago, we talked about this issue and how important it was then, and it continues to be important. Obviously, SB 7 set the framework and maybe can be a model for other collaborations around the state. And I do want to give a shout out to the governor's office as well, because when Pasadena approached me and Caltrans approached me and said, hey, we're going to need authorization to do this, that was very late in the legislative calendar, and the governor's office stepped up and negotiated, and obviously with Caltrans and everyone came together to formulate this language. And so, without a signature, this doesn't happen as well. So we also want to make sure that that's appreciated. So the relinquishment agreement today is a historic moment for the city of Pasadena Caltrans, for all of us. Has been said, we do better when we talk to each other versus talking over each other. We do better when we sit in the room or even in a Zoom room, and we say, hey, what do we want to accomplish? How do we get there? What's good for the city? What's good for the state? And clearly, this relinquishment and the vision that Victor and his team and the predecessors that worked on this have come up with a wonderful vision that's going to really enhance the corridor and use this property to its fullest capacity. And I wholeheartedly support their vision. And obviously, down the road, they want to do more on affordable housing with the houses, and Hillary and other commissioners have toured that corridor multiple times. We really do have an opportunity to do good things, and having the CTC and Caltrans and the city work collaboratively, it really is, it's a good moment. So on behalf of the 25th State Senate District and all the effort that scores of people have put in over the decades and the wonderful work that Pasadena has put in, I respectfully ask for an aye vote and appreciate all of the work from the commission and Caltrans to get us to this point.
Thank you, Senator. And we certainly appreciate your hard work and your passion for this issue and for never giving up. Thank you.
Never giving up, absolutely.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Portantino, thank you for all that you've done in leading this very complicated effort. I also just want to thank our former chair, Hillary Norton, for how much she dug in through this process last year with you as well.
Absolutely.
Thanks for your leadership.
Thank you.
Do we have any other public comment?
Thank you, Chair Yeager. We do have virtual attendees looking to make public comment at this time. Up first, we have Councilmember Steve Madison. Councilmember Madison, you are now unmuted and free to comment.
Thank you very much. And I want to echo Mayor Gordo and Senator Portantino, and thank you, Madam Chair. Thank the members of the commission, Secretary Omishakin, and Director Tavares. Thank you all for the opportunity to speak, but also for this momentous and important action that we hope you take today. I've been a city council member in Pasadena for 23 years. We don't have term limits in Pasadena. My family is lobbying for term limits, but I've been working on this project for the full 23 years that I've been on the council. My district includes the stump that we're speaking about today. And after literally decades, even beyond my service, decades of uncertainty regarding the future, the city is just so grateful to have had the exemplary leadership from all of you and a true partnership with Caltrans. And I want to just echo and commend those who worked so hard, including but not limited to, first and foremost, Director Tavares, whom we know very well. Great choice by the governor, by the way, and congratulations, definitely in order for his partnership. He's been so meaningful to our city, and we look forward to continued collaboration and cooperation. I also want to give a shout out to staff, Derek Higa, John Lee, and Blanca Rodriguez for the countless hours that they have dedicated to this. And I certainly don't mean by any omission to overlook any other staff that I know have worked so hard. I want to really thank Senator Portantino, who's been just an outstanding representative for our area and so involved in the details of this issue, SB 7, and his support right down the line. Secretary Omishakin for the encouragement and support during this journey. And again, a very, very special thank you to the Chair Emeritus Norton, who's someone that we know very well and have a tremendous admiration and respect for and gratitude. So we do urge you to support this relinquishment It will give us an opportunity to do many things that I know when I was before you in January, I talked about how our values are really aligned in terms of the opportunity to create new transportation modes, to repatriate communities, many of which were of color and low-income communities in this space, and look forward to the future working together. Thank you very much.
Thank you, council member. We appreciate your kind words for everyone here, and we certainly agree with you that Commissioner Norton, this was a passion of hers, and she was very helpful to all of us to give us additional information. So congratulations to you too.
And Chair Eager, when we are done with public comment, I'm hoping that we can all have former Chair Norton make the motion on this. I remember so many late night and early morning calls on this that I'd like to make sure
We all
that
do.
he's.
We all do. Yes. Do we have any other public comment?
Yes, we do have a couple others looking to make public comment at this
Thank
time.
you.
Up next, we have Mark Gallatin. Mark, you're now unmuted and free to comment.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Eager, Commissioners, Secretary Omashakin, and Director Tavares. My name is Mark Gallatin. I'm the immediate past president of the South Pasadena Preservation Foundation, and I'm here just briefly today to encourage you to adopt the relinquishment resolution before you on this item. I think you're going to hear from the City of South Pasadena next, but we stand in unison with our neighbors in Pasadena on this issue. This is a momentous occasion to return this land to local control, and it opens up great possibilities for collaboration between our cities and community groups like ours, the Preservation Foundation, who are looking to improve traffic issues in our historic neighborhoods that adjoin the State Route 710. So again, I want to thank you for the opportunity to comment and urge you to vote yes on the relinquishment resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Up next, we have Ted Gerber.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Ted Gerber, and I'm the Public Works Director for the City of South Pasadena. Our city would like to voice its support in favor of the Commission approving this resolution to relinquish the State Route 710 right-of-way to the City of Pasadena. South Pasadena is a neighbor to the City of Pasadena, and we experience significant traffic impacts from the current configuration of the highway stub. So your approval today is a critical step in developing an improved transportation plan for the region. South Pasadena looks forward to continuing to partner with Pasadena, our neighbor and regional partner, to reconnect the area and offer multimodal transportation opportunities to the community. So thank you for the opportunity to comment today, and we support this resolution to approve this. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Do we have any other public comment?
I see no other public comment at this time.
Do we have any commissioners besides Commissioner Norton that would like to speak? Okay, Commissioner Norton. Commissioner Liu.
Should we look for a motion first?
I see no pending questions. Yeah. No? Okay. Okay.
I'm sorry, I feel completely uneducated about what's going on here, so I do have some questions. And let me just say first that I can't not agree more about the importance of doing this and getting this done. I just have questions because a lot of this came in at the last minute. I don't know when we got this resolution, but it's the first I've seen it. So I'm looking at it. I'm trying to figure out all of this. So I have some questions, and I hope it's not a problem. But that said, there's no indication to me, other than now that I'm reading the federal, Vince is going to love me. I'm reading 23 CFR 620.203 F3, and Vince, maybe you can help me with this, because nowhere do I see, I mean, it says here that, we might, Caltrans, or in Pasadena, I guess, might be on the hook for an amount equal to the federal aid participation in the abandoned facility. I don't know how much that is, right? And so I don't have any idea how much money we're talking about and whether the promise by the city of Pasadena, which we appreciate, is a realistic one, given how much money that might be. So that's my first question. Do we have anyone who can answer that?
Gertej, I'll leave it to you. I don't know that we have anyone who can answer what that dollar amount is or how exactly that would be calculated. Gertej,
Staff wasn't aware of any specific dollar amount either. It was something that was discussed that could be requested as the annual reporting requirement.
Can staff explain to me what that phrase means?
Which phrase?
An amount equal to the federal aid participation in the abandoned facility. I apologize, I have no idea what it means. Maybe Vince can explain it to us, but.
So some of what we're talking about is how much the federal government contributed to the project when it was originally built. And so the participation percentage would be that portion. So let's say the federal government paid 40%, the state paid 60%. That 40% would potentially be subject to repayment, or there are some steps along the way, which is why we asked for the reporting requirements so that we could understand what those steps are at those strategic points before those decisions are made.
Okay, thanks. That's helpful to know. I'm not sure it provides me all the reassurances I'd like to have before we sign off on all of this. They're also in, again, Vince, you made me read these regulations, not you, but it showed up, right? And I read the regulations and it says that FHWA has to do certain inquiries and sign off on things and then concur with us. Does this subsection I about relinquishments apply to us? Because it says that relinquishments must be justified by the state's finding, concurred in by FHWA, that and the list of 4 different things. But then in the resolution, I don't see us making those findings. Do we need to do that?
So I think, Gertej, please correct me when I'm wrong. I think this has to do with when if it is used for a non-transportation purpose, then there's a MAR. I don't remember what it stands for. There's something that the state has to give to send to FHWA if that's going to happen.
Oh, okay. So this section only applies once there's a determination.
That's my understanding.
And the state might not be us in this matter. It might be him.
Well, yeah. No, it's we're all the state and we're all on the hook for it. And so that's part of why, there's a lot of things we don't know. I mean, you mentioned the timing of all this and getting this. This is one of the first things Tony and I talked to when he got this, promotion, is we really need to coordinate on this stuff a little earlier so that we can everybody get on the same page earlier. And I think there's a lot of things we don't know yet, but they're not questions to staff that seem to be large enough to stop it from going forward, because we're going to have this annual reporting and continue to have cooperation and these discussions to figure out some of these important things.
Thank you. I mean, you sound a little bit confused, and I've been confused too. So I'm just glad that I'm not on the.
No, we definitely don't have all the answers. But also, as I said, we felt like it was not, the questions were not significant enough to halt this action.
And I mean, do we feel, there's a letter from the city of Pasadena that commits to reimbursing Caltrans, yet there's no contract, there's no enforcement mechanism or anything like that. Is that sufficient?
I believe so, yes. I mean, because it's essentially I think that's essentially a condition of the relinquishment by referencing it. I'm not a lawyer, so.
All right. Well, it's helpful to get these responses. I'm sorry. It was pretty confusing.
Yeah, no. And I recognize this is a very technical thing and a lot to have to try to review at a pretty short time.
Yeah, Commissioner Martinez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And to Commissioner Liu's point, as I'm referencing in good friend Cynthia Kurtz, and good to see you, Mayor Gordo. This is very historic, and I'm glad this is before us. But I think too, we also have to do our due diligence and ask the questions. And so I want to thank Commissioner Liu for bringing up some of the issues and some of the same concerns that I had. You know, obviously there's going to be some trigger points as we go through this process, and this is fairly new for us. And I do believe that this is a game changer for California as we move towards building, boulevards connecting, communities that were disconnected long ago because of the 710. I just want to make sure with the reassurance as you go through the community engagement process, obviously there's different conversations that are being had about what the potential uses are going to be that are going to trigger some of this stuff that's on here, right? And so the liability of the city, right? Because when those triggers happen, that cost can be exorbitant, right? And so when you talk from a land use perspective and what's going to happen, so if it's not going to be used for transportation purposes and say, there's conversations, you heard the public talk about affordable housing, making sure that we create boulevards that connect communities, and that can mean a lot of things, right? And so my question to you all and interim city manager kind of highlighted that if it is going to be repurposed, that it would come back to all of us. But I think if you could ask and help me in regards to the trigger points because of the land uses, and this is technical, and I guess hypothetically, if the city of Pasadena were to come back and say, hey, we don't want to use this land anymore, relinquish land anymore for transportation purposes, we want to connect these communities, we want to bring housing, we want to bring open space, on and so forth. Those land uses and zoning is going to change. And I guess what would that cost be to the city of Pasadena? And will you all be able to pay for that when that time comes, right? So, because I'm assuming the expectation is that you all want to repurpose, right? And so don't want to put the city on the hook. And so, obviously we all know what budgets are like, and definitely you're going to possibly have partners to ensure whatever that looks like. But I want to make sure, Mitch, that we're not that who's not going to be holding the bag is the residents of Pasadena. And so I guess my question to you is that if we sign off here and it comes back after this 1-year review and they come back to us that they want to repurpose this for housing, on and so forth, what does that actually mean for them if they're not going to use it for transportation purposes, and what that cost is going to be? Because she just talked about the 40-60% split between the federal government and the state.
So I know enough to be dangerous, but not 100% educated. So I will admit that up front. My engineers are great and they are here to support me in this. So that MAR that Mitch talked about is a modified access report. And so as the city is moving through this process, they will come back to report on how they're going through those things. That MAR report has to be concurred, or whatever the right term is. Don't quote me on words, but it has to be concurred. So Caltrans and FHWA will work together on that. And so we will have public access, public information as that process is moving forward. The other thing that I want to just highlight, there have been questions about has FHWA concurred on the relinquishment before us? The answer is yes. There's regular monitoring reporting requirement, as well as part of what is going on and what we're talking about today as well.
Great, that helps a little bit. So thank you, Tanisha. And then just a second thing, some of the guidelines, you all talk about this has been 30, 40, 50 plus years. Obviously, I wasn't born at that time, not from that area, but there was a lot of disconnection, right? Between communities because of this highway that was put in. So what assurance do we have that doesn't happen again? Right. So here we are, we go in and bulldoze, we put this freeway. Now we're coming back. We want to repurpose. We want to connect communities. Is there going to be a reassurance from the city of Pasadena that doesn't happen again, that we're able to keep these communities connected?
I think Commissioner Martinez, that the mayor and the senator really want to talk about this.
Thank you. You know, when I sat down after addressing you initially, Senator Portantino says, so when do you break ground? And, you know, I think this conversation, and I thank you for this conversation because it's important that we have clarity. It's important that we all understand, number one, the great opportunity, but number two, the complexity and difficulty of what we're undertaking. And this conversation highlights it. But you have my assurance that we'll proceed in a collaborative way, that, you know, this isn't just about repurposing. It really is. We're not abandoning mobility. Mobility in this part of our city is very important, not just for Pasadena, but for the region. It's also, I tell people, it's also a public safety corridor because of the importance of Huntington Hospital and accessing the hospital. It's an important part of Old Pasadena. It's not just a gateway to the west, it's a gateway to the east and Old Pasadena, the neighborhoods. So restitching all of those components and putting the city back together in a way that responsible to all of those needs, including transportation, is a priority. And we're committed to working with you to ensure that we do that. And we're committed to reporting back to you. And we're not letting Senator Portantino off the hook because we're going to go to him for some money too. So we will definitely address all of those issues, Commissioner, and work with you and your staff and the commission to ensure that we're getting it right for the city, for mobility, for public safety purposes, and for this part of our state.
Thank you, Mayor.
Great,
I
thank
understand
you.
we'll be getting regular reports, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Senator?
And I just wanted to add, the important thing is that the communities have certainty. And that's why this step today gives them certainty. And that's what SB 7 did as far as the findings and what the declarations. It authorized us to get to this point. So, you know, state law authorized us to get to this point. And then obviously that's the conversation between you and you to implement it. But we have the authorization to do it. And again, that was a collaborative process to get the authorization. And then as you heard, South Pass, which is the community to the south, you know, they have their own vision and they want to see this happen because as this stub gets developed, it's going to connect South Pass, Alhambra, El Sereno. The whole corridor is going to benefit from this, but Pasadena needs the certainty to take it to the next step. And so that's what we're doing today. We're saying we embrace this concept and we give them the authority to go off and do it. And then they're going to come back and report to you through that process, if that makes sense.
It does. Thank you.
It would be very difficult to ask the residents of Pasadena, frankly, anyone, to take that next step without first taking this step. And so this is a step that launches Pasadena and the state and CTC and Caltrans to that next phase. And we'll be back to report.
Great. Thank you. And I think Commissioner Norton might have a thing or two to say.
Well, I want to thank you so much for all working through this process. And I understand, Commissioner Martinez, your questions about, and Commissioner Liu about how do we know what we don't know? And Commissioner Martinez, if I'm responding to your question, that this begins the planning process. So we cannot, this conversation about relinquishment just begins the planning process. You can't, as I say, you can't plan what you don't own. So Pasadena couldn't plan for this property until they owned it. So it begins the planning process. And then when the plan for the final use of the site is going to happen, they're going to determine what isn't going to be transportation, what will be housing, what will be commercial, and how that is going to serve the community. And because this property hasn't been on the tax rolls, it's been a road, what can be the repayment process isn't just going to be through the citizens of Pasadena, but it will be property tax over time. And so there will be a planning process to show the compensation for the funds expended to make this property a road. What's helpful about this timing right now is that as the governor's budget and as the federal grants are available now for reconnecting communities, there's an opportunity for the state of California to really be a pioneer in looking at reconnecting communities and showing how to take what was a highway that disrupted fatally communities like Northwest Pasadena can then be brought together for a new community and a connected community that doesn't just serve Pasadena, it doesn't just serve South Pasadena, it connects back to the city of Los Angeles. It's going to have development that connects the bus rapid transit that is connecting Pasadena with North Hollywood. There are a lot of other ways in which we are reconnecting the need for affordable housing, the need for jobs along transit, et cetera. The reason that this feels so ambiguous is because you can't estimate what that compensation is going to be until the plan is done, and you can't start the plan until now. And so I'm excited about how we are going to sort of exist in the mystery and let the planning begin. And I will say that that is no small feat for the city of Pasadena, where urban planning is a contact sport. And so enjoy. This is the beginning of nothing short of a miracle, because that whole plan, and Mayor Gordo, I am looking at you. You have got a lot of work, and interim city manager Cynthia Kurtz and Councilmember Madison and Senator Portantino, this is a lot of work you're starting to engage in. And so the reason that we weren't like, tell us next year how it's all done, is we know it's going to take a long time. But the fact that this is a really extraordinary opportunity, it's a historic opportunity. And frankly, given where we are in IIJA, wanting to have the Justice 40 initiative support this, wanting to have money going towards reconnecting communities in really forward-thinking ways. I know, Mayor Gordo, since I've known you from way back when you were just a city council member, and even when you're working as a union leader, I know this has been a dream of yours, and that you are going to handle this process with all of the team in the city in a way that really brings back Pasadena in the way that you had wanted to see it, and brings back a community that was so broken by the freeway itself. So I thank you. No. You just adopted the pressure on yourself, but I want to commend you for doing so and really being a pioneer. And I want to thank Mitch and the entire CTC staff, because having to sort of exist in this mystery was not easy. And going through this, and FHWA and Caltrans existing in the mystery is not easy. But I think you have, through this resolution, put together enough requirements so that when, if and when, and where we are with all of the final developments around the next plan and the next way we're going to reconnect communities, we're going to do so that also compensates the federal government and the state government for all funds expended when it was originally just to be a road.
Yep.
Is that correct?
Yep.
And so with that, I'd like to make a motion to support.
I'd like to second that motion, while also complimenting not only the mayor and Senator Portantino, but Assemblymember Laura Friedman had really dug in on this as well. And I'm sure she must be in a committee hearing or something. But what a great team representing that area in our state legislature.
And I forgot to mention Laura Cornejo, who heads Pasadena's Department of Transportation.
And while I'm quite jealous of how beautiful Pasadena City Hall is compared to the City Hall in my community, I'm still going to second this motion.
Any discussion?
I would just like to thank everyone for being patient enough to explain all this to me and to work this through. It's been really helpful. And like I started off my comments, I see this as a hugely important thing to do. And I'd love to resolve all the rest of the North 710 issues too, as quickly as possible. Director Tavares. And it just strikes me, as Commissioner Norton was speaking, how easy it is for us to put in freeways, to add lanes to freeways and all that stuff, and how hard it is even when we're just thinking about taking the first steps to reconnect communities like this. So I mean, my questions have not all been answered, but enough of them to make me feel much more comfortable than I was going into this. And I thank you for helping explain all of that to the staff and commissioners, to the senator and the mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Liu. Any other comments? And thank you, Commissioner Norton, for your beautiful words on bringing this all together to say, you know, it's bigger than Pasadena, even though that's very important. This really is for the entire state, looking forward and what we need to be doing in putting communities back together. So with that, I will, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Congratulations. So we only have one more item before we are going to adjourn. John, you're up for item number 81.
Yes, item 81 is very related to what we just did. Item 81 is an action item to allocate $5 million in SHOP funds that will be used by Caltrans to make a financial contribution to the city of Pasadena for the relinquishment of the State Route 710 North Stub in Los Angeles County. This $5 million amount is a negotiated payment. It's in lieu of a construction contract that Caltrans would have had to do in order to rehabilitate signals, sidewalks, ADA curb ramps, and other roadway elements within the relinquished area. Caltrans and the city have entered into a relinquishment agreement which states that the city of Pasadena will assume full maintenance, ownership, responsibility, control, and liability of the relinquished facilities in perpetuity. So please note that there is a change on the change list for this item. The change is removing a reference to a concurrent allocation time extension, which has been withdrawn because it's not needed once this allocation is approved. So with that, staff has reviewed this request and recommends approval of this item.
Thank you, John. Do we have any public comment?
No public comment at this time.
Commissioners?
Hillary, are you going to make the motion?
I did. For this one?
Yeah.
81?
Oh,
sure.
This is 5 million towards it.
So move.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. So at this time, we do want to adjourn this meeting in memory of Quanda Magadny. And thank you all. And I know we're going to get information on how we can support her daughter. Yes, so thank you so much. Nairobi, yes. Thank you all so much. This meeting is adjourned and we will see you tomorrow morning.
Well done. Day one of